Hello, hello, hello. I'm really hoping that this is working okay. I tried splitting it so that I had like both chats going at the same time, and I don't know if I did it right, but I really hope that I did. Let me know if everybody can hear me okay, if they can see me okay. We've only just started and my fringe is already driving me insane. Okay, if that isn't just a sign a sign of what's to come, I don't know what will. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the April live stream. I know I say it every single month, but I feel that everything is just going so fast. As always, we are here to talk all about witchcraft and paganism and spirituality and spellwork and everything in between. And if you do have any questions for the stream, then feel free to put them in the Q&A tab. There should be like a little bar that comes up that says, questions for the stream go here. And that is where all of, you guessed it, the questions for the live stream go. So that they're all in one consolidated place. Now, typically with these, we work chronologically, so please be patient. It does take a little bit of time to be working through all of the questions. Sometimes it can take a couple of hours, so do bear with me. And these are all posted after the fact, so if you have to leave or you come in late, even though if you come in late then you're not exactly going to hear this bit, but you know what I mean, you will be able to find your question and listen to the stream afterwards. So feel free to come and go as you please. And yeah, let's have a look where everybody is from. So we have North Carolina, Wiltshire, Maryland, Los Angeles, Slovakia, Connecticut, New York, Nottingham, Germany, Missouri, Maryland, Idaho, Norfolk, New Mexico, Norway, Germany, Texas, Cardiff, Colorado. So many people from so many places. I always love getting to see where people are from. Ooh, Leeds, Buenos Aires, California, Brazil, New Jersey, West Sussex, York. So many people from so many places. So I already have a few questions that have come in. I do typically post the Q&A tab maybe like an hour before the stream, if I remember. And so I had a few come in, and so I've already polled a couple of books that I want to reference for those questions. But I'm already hitting things. I piled things on top of the pile of books, and I don't know why I did that. Because now I don't know where to put anything. So one question that I got in is one that I think is, well, I know is really interesting to people. And I have been intending to do a video on this for a really long time. So I am going to do it after I finish the 3 traditional witchcraft book videos. The next kind of big book video is going to be on fairy magic books. But I did have a request for some decent-ish recommendations. Now, this is obviously not like the full list, but there are a few books that I think are particularly interesting. Some of you will already know exactly what I'm going to say because I say it a lot. But just for people who are considering getting into working with the fair folk, fairy witchcraft and the like, I have a couple of books that I thought would be interesting to people. I don't think I've duplicated any. No, I haven't. Okay. I have. Never mind. There's a duplicate. So the ones that I typically always recommend that people perhaps just consider, and if you, how would I best describe this? If you are looking to dive into fairy magic and you aren't entirely certain of what you're getting into, I think that these 3 books right here are kind of the ideal toe-dipping phase for fairy witchcraft. They are not how-to guides. They are not the ways that you can practice this for yourself. Instead, they're the ways that people in the past have practiced and the ways that people have encountered the fair folk throughout history. Some of them are available on Kindle Unlimited. Some of them you'll be able to find in libraries. Most of them are really old. You don't necessarily need all of them, but we have Fairy Legends by T. Crofton Croker. We have British Goblins by W. Sykes. And we have my personal favourite of the 3, The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries by W. Y. Evans Wentz. Now, these three are, they range from, so this one is 1880, 1825, 1911, and they really cover that end phase of the fairy faith, where you were still able to access large volumes of second-hand encounters and, in many cases, first-hand encounters with the fair folk. And so it gives a look into the way that things would have been performed, the sort of adapted fairy faith that we still see going into the 19th, early 20th century, that I think is incredibly valuable. And they do vary. So British Goblins, which is this one here, is all about a classic exposition of ghosts, fairies, dragons, superstitions, and supernatural folklore drawn from Welsh tradition. So if you're looking a little bit more about Welsh folklore in general, this one is interesting, but it does touch on the fair folk quite heavily. The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries is my favourite because it is the most scholarly work on fairies ever published. This rare book contains priceless ethnographic fieldwork and provides an invaluable snapshot of the fairy belief system taken at the cusp of modernity. So this is the one where I would say if you were only going to get one of these or get one from a library, I would go for the Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, because it very, very much covers that bridge between the Industrial Revolution and things completely changing and people losing their fairy faith and the things that came before. And then Fairy Legends is a Bard's Bible. This is the earliest and one of the most comprehensive studies of Irish folklore ever undertaken. It's lovingly recounting collection of tales and fables collected from peasants and storytellers of early Ireland to the 19th century. And so again, it's sort of the Irish version of the British Goblins one, where it covers a lot more than just fairy faith, but a lot of that is sort of dabbled throughout. So those are the ones that I think are really good sort of foundational books that I think if you're just curious about fair folk in general, could be worth a read. If you're curious about getting started into fairy witchcraft, also really useful because it does give you an idea of what you're getting into, because what TikTok says and what a lot of books that say that everything is fine and they are little tiny pixies and nothing is ever wrong ever, it's always somewhere in between those two things. And so books like these are really realistic. There's then a couple of more modern books. There's one that I liked so much, I bought it twice. If you've seen the traditional witchcraft books video, you'll know that that happens a lot. So this is A Complete Guide to Fairies and Magical Beings. This is the original. This is the reprint. I'm going to be honest and say that I don't really notice that much different, but I haven't gone across the two of them and cross-referenced the differences. Either way, pretty much the same book. But this is by Cassandra Eason. So she's a more modern witchcraft practitioner. So it's very much folk magic and earlier traditions that have been incorporated and blended into a modern framework. So this one goes into, I'll get the information up. The origins of fairies, who are the fairies, evidence of fairies, fairies in literature and legend, nature spirits, divas and elementals, fairies and earth energies, the darker side of fairies, powerful fairies, fairies in the Arthurian tradition, what are fairies, and then an A to Z of world fairies, as well as a suggested reading list. And the bit that really catches my eye in this book every single time I go through it is the A to Z at the back here. It is an A to Z of world fairies, and it covers, you guessed it, an A to Z of world fairies. And while it doesn't go over every single fair folk out there, I always tend to cross-reference the boggarts and the brownies, because they're the ones that I have the most engagement with. And so here it says boggarts, a name for a malevolent Scottish male brownie-type fairy in Scotland and the north of England. He also became more recently known as a hobgoblin, after the name lost its original benign associations. In both guises, he is blamed for wood decay and the collapse of wooden structures, and for general misfortune to households and farms. In Scotland and the Isle of Man, however, the boggart is synonymous with the ballybog, a creature of the peat bogs. And so it gives you sort of a general overview for adapting the things in these books into something a little bit more modern. So I really like this one. I liked it so much, I bought it twice. Another one that I think is quite interesting, might be more modern perhaps, and it's a lot bigger. This is A Witch's Guide to the Fairy Folk by Adaine McCoy. And this one again sort of goes over the range of things. So it goes over the nature of fairies, the fairy experience around the globe, which is really useful for anybody who maybe is looking into fairy mythology where you are and not from the perspective of the British Isles. This one could be a good option for you as well. But how and where to find fairies, how to protect yourself from fairies, which is something that a lot of more modern books don't talk about, interestingly. Guided meditation into fairyland, spells and rituals for you and the little people. And then there is an interesting section here which is called Creating Your Own Fairy Beings, that is very much a blend of, it's a blend of fairy folklore and servitor magic, like the creation of egregores, which I think is quite interesting. Fairies of the world, and then it goes over resource guides, elemental spell constructions, outline for ritual constructions. It's a general, fairly well-rounded book. And again, in the Fairies of the World section, you have different types of fair folk from, you guessed it, around the world. And again, I tend to always have a look at the brownie section if I can find it. Here we go, Fairies of the World. I struggle so much with the alphabet. That makes me sound so stupid. But if you are also dyslexic, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. The alphabet does not have an order to me. In order for me to actually figure out where I am, I have to go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and all the way through. Otherwise, I have no idea where I am. So here we go, Boggarts, land of origin Scotland, other origins non-known, all other names, hobgoblin, goblins, gobelins, the boogeyman, boogies, padfoot, boggans, hobbers, gobs, and blobs. And it goes over in this one a lot more. So this is like a more detailed version of this. Neither is perfect, but then I don't think any book on earth is ever perfect, but they could be good places to start. Now, that question came in through my email, like in a message like an hour and a half ago, being like, I can't put the question in the Q&A, it's not working. So I'm hoping that if you are the one that asked this, I've got hiccups now, asked this question, that is a decent answer. But I have a lot more fairy magic books in my collection, which is why I need to do like a full video on the different kinds of fairy magic books out there for anybody who is interested. And I know I said I was going to do that video like 6 years ago, but I will get round to it, especially now that I am, what am I trying to say? My brain has gone to mush. Now that I'm doing the traditional witchcraft books, I can do that video. Wow, my brain is genuinely not working today. I've spent all day today photographing new decks and everything for the website. So my brain is just zoning out constantly today. So I'm just going to go back up and say hello to everybody. So thank you so much to Jessica Desiccated. That is a really cool username. I'd love to hear your perspective on small gods, minor land gods. P.S. I think you'll love the book Twilight of the Godlings. Saving that. Okay, hang on. Twilight of the Godlings. Saving that. Okay, for later. So I think this is a really interesting one because there's different layers to what people perceive gods as being. And the one thing that you will often see is that in more modern society, gods are perceived as being higher than, they are better than, larger than humanity. And that's something that you'll often see in most mainstream religions today. There is that emphasis on gods are all powerful, gods are universal, they're omnipresent. And yet going back through history, that isn't really how people treated the beings that they worshipped or the beings that they worked with. The gods had lives and they had baggage and they had history and they had drama just like people did. They had relationships, they had families, they had feuds. They were much more personable than gods and deities are seen as being today. And the other thing is that a lot of people would consider their work with spirits to be as powerful and as meaningful to them as working with, say, the Abrahamic God. And I think that's something that's massively changed, because when you're looking through trial records, when you're looking through books that focus on maybe not pre-Christian, but a blended Christian folk tradition, you'll often find that in place of god names in spells and rituals, you will find spirit names being used, and you will find workings that were typically done with the Christian god being done with specific land spirits and land wights, in a way where you could almost consider those land spirits to be akin to a god in that situation. And so I always think that that's really fascinating, that you could have an entire deity or even a system of deities that to anybody outside of that community, they would be considered nothing more than spirits, but to the people within that community, they are worked with as though they are gods. And then you have the idea of spirits being elevated to the level of being gods and vice versa. So in a lot of communities, in a lot of cases, you will see that the fair folk, the fairies, are considered to be minimized gods. So it's one of the reasons why some people don't like pissing off the fair folk, is because they are minimized gods. They have the authority and the power of a god, but reduced down into a smaller form, and therefore they're not worth pissing off. Now, that's obviously only one belief system when it comes to the fair folk, but in many areas they are considered to be lesser gods. And so I think this topic in general is just so fascinating. And now I need to read this book. I need to see what this is all about. Let me have a look for anybody else that's also curious. So, Twilight of the Godlings. The book argues that, partly by overcoming a deeply scholarly divide between classical and medieval studies, it is possible to write a continuous history of supernatural beings in British culture referred to by Jung as godlings, that reaches from the Iron Age to the end of the Middle Ages. The book recognises the difficulty of defining godlings, but characterises them as non-human, chthonic, ambiguous in terms of their species or gender, and in Karen Jolly's words, quote, associated with abstract concepts of fate and destiny, end quote. Honestly, that looks so good. That sounds like it's going to be so good. So it's one of those where it's such a difficult to pin down topic, because depending on where you are in the world, you are going to have a totally different perspective on what deity is, on what spirit is, and where the grey area is in between those two things, which I always think is so fascinating. But in terms of like linking it back to the fairies that we were just talking about a minute ago, I find it so interesting that even in different parts of the British Isles, different people in different countries will have a different belief on the origins of fair folk. So for some individuals, the fair folk are minimised gods. In other traditions, the fair folk are in alignment with the dead. And you'll often find that the ancestors and those who have passed over are seen trooping with the fairies. When it comes to the courted fairies and the trooping of the fae, they are seen travelling with the dead and the honoured dead. And so I think it's really interesting how there's this massive crossover between land spirits, nature spirits, potentially previously worshipped gods, and the spirits of the dead. I think that is just an absolutely fascinating, crossover. So let's have a look up here so I don't miss any. Thank you so much to C. Watson Cook. Just wanted to mention a book from the appellation titled Mountain Ghost Stories and Curious Tales of Western North Carolina by Randy Russell. Oh, okay, I'm gonna be Googling that one as well, because I'm always looking for books on topics that I've never looked into before, and that is one I've never ever really looked into. Right, and also thank you so much to Phoenix Rose as well. So let's have a look-see. I'm gonna try and find the next one before I lose track of where I am. Okay, this is a really hard one, to be honest. Approximately how many witchcraft books have you got in your collection, and how's the restat going? Honestly, I'll answer the second part of the question first. I was meant to get a ginormous order of books in for the next event, and it was meant to come yesterday, and they just decided to not deliver it, and then they sent it back. So a little bit delayed, so I will be sending you a list of all of the books that are going to be coming to the Nottingham event. I promise, Kevin. I was meant to do it today, like when I opened the box, and then the box just didn't show up. So it's going slow. But in terms of the number of witchcraft books, I honestly don't know. I know that I sort of got bored adding them to a spreadsheet at about 320-ish. I just sort of just gave up. So I think it's between 300 and 400 physical copies. Some of them are obviously duplicates because I have a couple where I have like 3 or 4 different editions. But yeah, somewhere between the 300 and 400 in the physical books. And then I have like the ebooks as well. But yeah, honestly, I agree, Paul. Never enough. Never ever enough. But yeah, there was a disappearing box. They were like, oh, we delivered it. Oh no, we didn't deliver it. It's actually been sent back. And I'm like, I really needed that box, but thank you. I appreciate the lack of effort from the delivery driver. So, yeah, I'll get you that list really soon. And have you been listening to Uncanny Cold Cases? No. But that's only because I'm still trying to listen through the entirety of the original Uncanny series. If you have no idea what we're talking about, BBC Sounds, I'm pretty certain that now it's everywhere. Danny. It is Danny, right? It is Danny. Hang on. Danny Robbins. I didn't even have to finish typing. I got it in the end. Danny Robbins was doing investigations into certain ghostly locations. And the one that really got me hooked was his series, The Witch Farm. It's still available on BBC Sounds if you want to go and listen to it. And it's called I think it's called Danny Robbins, The Witch Farm or something like that. And it was incredibly popular, and understandably so. It was incredible. It was all about one specific house that was incredibly haunted. And I got hooked immediately. He then did another one as well. And then he started doing Into the Uncanny by Danny Robbins, which was an entire podcast where he was sharing other people's experiences with ghosties and ghoulies. And I love that kind of thing. And it's one of the reasons why I started doing it on this channel, where I was sharing your experiences. And then I saw him live and I just completely got sucked in. But I refused to start something else until I finished the original series. So I need to get through the entirety of Into the Uncanny by Danny Robbins. And then I will start the Cold Cases, because that one looks fascinating, but I haven't dived into it yet. I saw somebody here say about earrings. Let's have a look. Because I always get asked about these. They're little mandrakes. The little leaves on top with the little body underneath. My lovely boyfriend got them for me for Christmas. And they are so pretty. Look how cute they are. So yeah, that's what they are. They're from Etsy. And they're really, 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 really cute. Okay. I found this. None of you probably care. It is the Arizona green tea. I've not been able to find this in this country in like 5 years. I used to get it all the time. And I found one today. And now I have to. It smells so good. It smells so good. I have to. And yes, I will be civilized and drink it out of a mug. For the most part. They're so good. This one is really, really interesting and actually really dives into a topic that I feel like I need to talk more about. So this question is, can a protection spell unintentionally block out neutral or positive energy and spirits if not done correctly? Yes, 100%, and not even if it's not done correctly. So I understand that there's a real push for protection work and the importance of protection. I'll be the first person to say that people really need spiritual protection if they're going to be doing spiritual work. But what can often happen is if that protection is either too heavily layered, so that being you have multiple different protections at the same time that are causing like a snow globe effect around you, you can have some issues like this. Or if the spells that you are doing are too restrictive, you can end up in a situation where positive energies, positive spirits simply can't reach you. You've essentially sealed yourself in a vacuum. You're in a box. Nothing can really come and go because your protections are so like they're watertight. Nothing can get through. And while that, in the right circumstances, incredibly important, in general day-to-day life, you don't really need anything that intensive. So if your workings are, say, how would I best describe this? Your protection spells are to ensure that spirits cannot enter that space. There's no nuance to that. So it's therefore blocking out all spirits of all varieties. Or if the wording for that working is that you don't want energy that isn't your own to enter that environment, you've stopped all energies then, positive or negative, that aren't your own from entering that space. And those kind of workings could even cause other people to not want to visit your environment because those protections have been worded in such a way that it makes all energy other than your own and undesirable in that property. And so people, animals, even plants might start not wanting to be in your space. They might start dying. And so it's really, really important that we word everything that we're doing very carefully. And also that we are aware of the nuance when it comes to protection magic. We don't always need an iron tight protection for all workings all of the time. But it is useful to know how to do one if you need to. So it's about that nuance with it. So with your protection spells, you're going to want them to be limiting harmful or unwanted energy from entering that environment. So this could be from other people's spells. This could be negative spirits. This could be people that are not thinking of your best intentions with the things that they're putting out. They're not necessarily trying to be malicious, but the energy that they're giving out is kind of coming across that way. You might want to be limiting that energy, but not all energy. You're therefore going to be limiting the spirits that are attempting to cause you harm, but not all spirits. This then allows you to still perform your spells and rituals, still allows you to call upon familiars, servitors, deities, land spirits, nature spirits into your workings, and your protections are not limiting their ability to come and go. It's also the downside of having too many protections. And I do really want to emphasize here that the problem isn't so much the number of protections, but it's how those protections are interacting and engaging with other protections. So if, for instance, on a night where you were feeling particularly uncomfortable, for instance, so you were hearing noises, you were sensing that there was an energy around that you didn't really want to be in your space. So you put up a really strong protection spell. But at the same time, you also have a longer standing protection spell in place. If you were to inadvertently, accidentally, perhaps even on purpose, link the two spells together, and then you forget about it, you then have too strong of a protection up all of the time. So it's not necessarily if something goes wrong. It's often just the way that the workings that we're carrying out are interacting with other workings. And the way that the wording really plays a part in this. So I would say all protections have value. Not all protections are valuable all of the time. It's very much a case of go with the minimal amount of protection you need to be comfortable. And that could look very different to different people. If you feel very comfortable working with spirits, your protection is probably going to be quite low. It's going to be down here. If you feel very, very uncomfortable about the idea of spirits, your protection might be up here. But it's really important that we keep monitoring how much protection we need. We might need to raise it up. We might need to lower it down a little bit and know when to add more protection if we need to, rather than have it up all of the time. Because it's one thing I found a lot of beginners do especially, and they don't do it on purpose. It's just something that happens, is that they tend to go in with maximum protections to start off with. Understandable. It's a nerve-wracking situation. But if they never know how to sense energy, whether they have negative experiences or not, it's really useful to get a baseline understanding of what you're dealing with so you know how to adjust it. If you go in with your protections up here, you really have no idea whether the situation calls for it because you've not given yourself a chance to really sense and work with that energy in any way. So I don't know if that was particularly helpful. I'll be honest, I'm sort of rambling tonight, but that's okay. We'll get through them. We'll get through them eventually. Yeah, it's just something I find so much is if beginners, and this really applies to anybody, but if beginners have protections up here at the very, very start, you can, in a way, get to the point where you don't even know what needing protection feels like. You know, it's like being in a bubble all of the time. And so it is worth, if you are a beginner and you're watching, or if you've been this beginner and maybe you're still there, to just maybe ease back on the protections just a smidge, just a little bit. Sense the energy that's out there and then put it back up again if you feel the need to. Okay, let's have a look. See, there was a little bit up here. Thank you so much from the fast. Maybe it's my Virgo rising, but I feel like, I need a complete Hearth library inventory file with title, author, rating scale, and search index. I mean, I can always put one of those together if anybody else is interested in that. I do try and update. I have my own list, and every time I read or reread something, I'm giving it a rating so that I can basically overhaul my entire magical library. Like, eventually I'll probably do that. Ooh. Okay. This one is interesting. There's 2 questions in this. But this one I think is the most interesting one because it doesn't really have a definitive answer, which is kind of annoying. I was wondering if you know any resources around dragon and or serpent magic / currents that are not Wiccan. Now, I don't know many books on dragon magic personally because it's not something that I work with. I do know the book Dragon Magic by DJ Conway. It's the only dragon magic book in my entire library. I'm not sure how much Wiccan focused it is, mostly because I've never gone all the way through it. So I will actually see if I can find it. I'm sure it's on this top shelf. I'm sure it's here somewhere. Maybe? I don't know. I thought it was there, and now it's making me question whether it's in the giant pile. And I'll be honest, if it's in the giant pile, we're done for. Because I'm not going through the giant pile. So if anybody has read Dragon Magic by DJ Conway, please let me know. I think it might... it's like 5 up at the bottom of the giant pile. I'm not going to get that out. You will just hear me like pulling the book and then all of the books just cascading down around me. That's the only one that I've got on a Dragon Magic specifically. But when we're talking serpent currents, that's something that you will primarily find being spoken of in traditional witchcraft books. And it's found in the majority of Gemma Gary's works. It's known by multiple different names. So ley lines, dragon paths, what's the other one? Corpse roads, I think is another term. It's something like that. And the energy that is drawn up from these locations in traditional witchcraft is known as sprowl. So S-P-R-O-W-L, sprowl. And so you'll often find that a lot of traditional witchcraft books, you will find reference to drawing on the sprowl. You'll find reference to serpent roots. And so it's not something that I can give a definitive, this is a book solely on this topic, but I can say that if you're looking for something that's not Wiccan focused, that does discuss sprowl and serpent currents, then traditional witchcraft books, especially the ones from Gemma Gary, could be the way to go. But in terms of dragon magic, I'm not certain. I will have to have a look-see and see what's out there. But I know that most dragon magic-y books from the 90s, 2000s, are probably going to have a Wiccan flair in there. And again, it's a case of reading around it. It's one of those where it's not something that we can really avoid. We just sort of have to work it into our own practice the best way we can. The other half of this question is one that I'm not going to give a full answer into, mostly because it's a part of my practice that I don't really discuss that heavily. It's something a bit more private, which I know might shock you because I share a lot, but some things I do keep to myself. I'm just wondering if you engage with spirit guides or familiars or fetch as part of your practice. If so, would you be comfortable sharing any of your experiences and how you work with them? I do, with some aspects more than others, so with spirit guides and fetches. Familiars, not so much at the minute, but maybe perhaps in the future I can dive further into that. In terms of spirit guides, the ones that I feel the most comfortable sort of sharing are those that come through when it comes to tarot readings and the psychic work. That's the bit that I'm most okay discussing, because I think it's the bit that, how would I best describe it? He doesn't come through when it's only private, if that makes sense. So when I'm doing readings for Patreon, which I'm realizing now I actually totally forgot to do the astrology for Patreon this month. Oh no, I knew I was forgetting something. But when I'm doing readings for the Sabbats that goes onto the Patreon, he comes through very readily during those readings. And he's very comfortable coming forwards in those situations. And it's very much a case of, I have not really much knowledge on where he came from. All I know is that I was doing a lot of readings, and I've always done tarot readings. It's not something that I've ever really not done in my practice. And all of a sudden, I was just starting to get this gentleman coming through, giving me assistance, giving me notes and pointers and directions. And at first I thought, it's a bit strange. I'm probably just imagining this. I'll just ignore it. And then I started to not ignore it. And I realized that my readings were getting so much better than they ever were before. I was finding it much easier to read than I was before. And I realized that he was consistently coming forwards only when I'm doing my tarot and oracle readings. And so that's one of the guides that sort of came forwards that I could be calling out any other time in my magical practice, and I probably wouldn't hear anything back from him whatsoever. I do a tarot reading, right in there. Super comfortable with, no, not that, no, stop shuffling, just read the cards you've got. But I really appreciate it because that is something that's massively helped with the growth of my practice. I do have other guides that come forward in different aspects of my magical practice, but a lot of that I tend to keep quite personal because they only really come forwards in personal situations. Ooh, how about the new book club choices? Yes, I am in the process of formulating a list, and Ensouling the Effigy is going to be on that list. I know that Ensouling the Effigy is going to be on that list. I know that at least one traditional witchcraft book is going to be on that list. I think that probably 13 Doorways is going to be on there. I'll double check the list. Let me see. I haven't fully formulated it, but when I do, it will be posted. Yeah, the 13 Gates of Witchcraft by Roger J. Horn is going to be on there because that's one that I personally really want to reread again. So there's quite a few on there in sort of different varieties. Let's have a look-see. Oh, could you recommend some good books on lunar magic? I have one right at the very bottom that I pulled out at the start, but I'm going to be really, really honest and say that for the most part, once you've got the sort of gist of lunar magic, I tend to find that you don't really need that many more books on it. Obviously, it's going to depend on the individual, but I have found that for the most part, the information that I learned at the start of my magical practice is information that I will still use today, and I don't really add that much into it. So there is one book collection that I do like for this. This is Moon Spells, but Diane Alquist has also done a book called Moon Magic that goes over more of sort of the foundational things. But each spell has a little bit of a guide. So I have, what do we have in here? Oh, what's this one? Additional magical tools. So they go over sort of beginner-ish magical craft. So it's sort of a combined beginner book alongside different spells and rituals for different moon phases, and they're all fairly accessible and easy to do. Oh, look! Pop it! Cute! What is this one for? What is this one? I'm curious. It is... Oh, a binding spell. That makes sense. Yeah. So it tells you like the different moon phases that you might want to be doing things in, the different items and associations you might want to be having. It's a way of applying moon magic into your active spell work and ritual if spells are something that you are still looking for in your craft. I do think, though, that probably the moon magic one would be better for people who are really, really new to witchcraft and you're not really that sure what you're getting into. But Diane Alquist in general is pretty good for the moon magic books. But from a realistic standpoint, if you know the differences between the different moon phases, can recognize them, can sense energy and manipulate energy, and to give you the information of which energy is going to work best with which spells and rituals, once you've kind of got that information down, you're probably not going to need that many more books on moon spells because you are simply taking that information and you're adapting it deeper into your magical practice. So for instance, the waxing phase is that time between the new moon and the full moon where the energy is starting to build, it's starting to grow. So anything that you want to amplify, you can draw on the waxing phase's energy and add it into your spells and rituals. And so I think if you're really, really, really new, there's loads of information online about moon magic, but also one book that's probably realistically all you're going to need unless you really want to be diving into the specifics, different timings of different moon phases, which actually kind of brings me on to another question that I got in, which is, are you familiar with the astrological mansions of the moon? What are they and how can they be used? Now, I'm not super well versed in this topic as a whole, simply because I tend to keep my moon magic to be very simplistic. I try not to overcomplicate it that much. But it is essentially a series of, how would I even describe them? Segments? I'm going to call them segments. 28 segments as the moon is taking its journey around. And when it is placed in these different segments around the Earth as it's doing its orbit, it represents different things and different energies can be drawn upon. And so it can be used in spells and rituals if you want to be really, really specific. I have a website here that I loaded up earlier, which could be useful for anybody. This is, if I can figure out what it's called, www.medievalastrologyguide.com. And on there's a section called The Mansions of the Moon, and it goes into, here we go. The lunar mansions are determined by the position of the moon as she circles the Earth, taking her average motion of, and then a bunch of numbers and a bunch of symbols I'm not entirely certain of, and dividing that by 360, which then gives 28 distinct positions of the moon that can occupy the night sky on any given night. So there's the first mansion, the second mansion, the third mansion. So say the third mansion here, it's called the Abundant Little Ones. And it says that it's good to purchase animals, travel, but not by sea, good for hunting, alchemical works, and doing good. Bad for marriage, partnerships between unequals, and planting. And so in which case, it might be something where you would like a little bit of protection when it comes to travel. You might want to be doing that at this time. It might be good for any workings that you're doing for the benefit of other people. Could be useful at this time. If you were going to apply this into a magical sense. If you were to go through, let's have a look, see what have we got here. Oh, the seventh mansion. So this one's called the Forearm. and it's good for agricultural pursuits and washing or purifying of the body. The main characteristics appears to be one of reconciliation and renewal, as sources also indicate that this mansion is good for making peace with enemies, should one choose to do so. So in which case, if you want to reconcile with family members, with friends, if you want to start building relationships with people you've previously struggled with, now is a good time to be planting the seeds and laying the foundation. So yeah. It's a layer up on top of this sort of standard moon magic that you might already be practicing if it is something that you want to go for. Right, let's have a look, see where, oh no, my chat's all moved. Let's have a look, see what we have in here. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you so much. Right, let's have a look, see. Here we go. Will you be speaking or vending at any of the events this summer? Speaking? No chance. None at all. The vending, yes. I'm hoping to be applying for some, at least for Beltane I will be. So I'm going to be at the Nottingham Pagan Market. It's my favourite event of the entire year. I absolutely love it so much. So that's the next event. But speaking? No. I tried public speaking again. And it's not my thing. I am not good at public speaking. So no for the speaking, yes for the vending. And I'm hoping to be updating the website soon because it's so far behind, so I can actually list stock and also the events as well. So this one, I don't necessarily have any connection with personally, but I would love to know sort of if anybody else has experienced this. So Mickey and the Mister said that growing up, we celebrated May Day, but my family never called it Beltane, and we would put small gifts at our neighbours' doors for them. Is this something anybody else has ever heard of? I personally haven't, but I would love to know if anybody else has in the comments, because there might be an entire tradition out there of people doing this, and I just have never ever heard of it. Right. Have a look, see. This one, I think, is one that a lot of people struggle with. So this is, how do I know if I'm manipulating energy correctly in my spells? Sometimes I'm not sure if it's just my imagination. This one is super duper common. So how would I go about this? There's kind of a couple of ways that you can do this. Obviously, it's going to depend on what you have access to. Oh, did it? Oops. Is that better? So I just realised my chat guide, I clicked it and dragged it and moved it. Okay, there we go. So there's a couple of different ways that you can go about this depending on what you have access to, who you have access to. So the easiest way of working this out is to do it with another person. So we would do this in the group where we would each get into pairs. And one person is sitting in a chair, just like this. The other person would be standing behind the person in the chair. And the person in the chair has their eyes closed. And their only job is to sense the energy of the person behind. The person behind's only job is to push out energy that is either hot or cold. That simple. So the person in the chair has to be pushing their energy out, sensing the energy around them, and seeing what the person behind them is giving them. So the person behind is going to be... Thank you, Jamie. I should be paying you because you're the one that pointed it out to me, but still. So the person behind is going to be thinking of something like the Arctic. You're going to be thinking of polar bears. You're going to be thinking of glaciers and icebergs and freezing cold water and snow, and you're going to be thinking of everything cold and blue and icy and bitter, and you're going to be channeling that into the energy that you're putting out. The person in the chair is going to be seeing what they get back. Are they getting icy? Are they getting wintry? Are they getting arctic and cold? Or are they getting lava, fiery, candle flames, bonfire, red, orange, hot, fiery? They're the two choices. And as you're doing this, you might find that you're really struggling to push the energy out. You might find that you really struggle to take the energy in and to focus on it and to get something out of it. But that's the whole point of the practice, is that it is the giving and receiving of energy. And once you've done maybe about 5 different attempts, so say the first time it's cold, the second time it's hot, the third time it's hot, the fourth time it's cold, the fifth time it's hot, you then switch places, and the person that was in the chair now stands behind the chair and they then do it. We were doing this in groups, so sort of every 2 attempts, you would switch partners so that you weren't becoming accustomed to a pattern that somebody was creating. And then by doing that, you're building your skills, both of sensing that energy, but also of giving out that energy. Now, if you aren't able to do that in a group, because a lot of people can't do that in a group, it's then very much about almost doing it for yourself. Sounds really weird, but it's about putting energy into objects and seeing if you can sense it later is a good technique. So you would take a series of stones, just random stones. They don't have to be anything fancy. Genuinely, pebbles will suffice. And into each one, you're going to want to be focusing on a specific intention, pouring your energy into it. Now, that intention doesn't have to be luck or money or love. It could be, I want this to feel cold. I want this to feel green. I want this to feel like spring. Focus on a specific sense that you want to be putting in, and pick 3 different stones, 5 different stones, and charge them with something different. Write down for yourself what you're going to be doing them for, and then you're probably going to want to maybe mark the bottom of them or something so that you can recognize which one is which. And then you're going to want to shuffle them all about. So you don't know which one is going to be where. You're then going to want to be hovering your hand over a particular stone, seeing what you get out of it. Are you getting green, or are you getting icy cold? Are you getting sunshine and warmth? What is it that you're getting from that particular stone? When you've sensed then the others, and you've sort of got an idea of the difference in the energies, you can then turn them over and see if you were right and see if you were wrong. It's not a perfect solution, so I would recommend picking stones that are fairly equidistant, that's not the word I'm after, equal, let's go with that, that's probably better, equal in size, so that you are not necessarily recognizing the size of a stone over the energy of the stone. So by doing it that way, you're practicing yourself, and you can start with 2 different stones, 1 hot, 1 cold. You can then go 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 if you want to get really, really, really fancy with it, up into like rune territory, as a way of figuring out whether you are efficiently programming the energy. Because that's what a lot of people have a problem with. They can move the energy, but if they cannot program the energy, then you are not giving it anything to focus on. You are just sending energy out. You are not actually utilizing that energy. And so if you aren't sure which one you're doing right or wrong, try raising your energy. So grounding yourself, drawing it up, moving that energy about. If you're able to move that energy about, fine, but your workings still aren't successful, then it might be the intention that is the problem. You're struggling to link your intention to your energy, which is where this kind of a technique is kind of useful, because it gives you that idea of whether you're just putting energy into objects, in which case all of the stones are going to feel the same, or if you are adding the intention in, which is where you're able to recognize the focus point of what you were doing. So the hot, the cold, the green, the springtime, that's the focal point that really drives the workings. The other answer for this is, are your workings successful? If the answer to that is yes, then you're probably going to be channeling that energy fine. If the answer is no, then it's about figuring out where the break in your ability is at the moment so you can patch it up again. If your workings are manifesting, but they're not manifesting strongly, they're not manifesting quickly, and it feels unreasonably slow. So like you're getting the slightest bit of movement on something that should be really, really quick, that may well be a case of not putting enough energy into that working. So it could then be worth practicing the volumes of energy. And in which case then you can do the same technique with the stones, but instead of doing them with different intentions, do them with different volumes of energy. So do one with a little tiny bit of energy, one with loads of energy in it, charge some in sunlight and moonlight, and see if you can recognize the difference in the volume of energy. Because if you can have an idea of what strong energy feels like versus very minimal energy, that's then going to help you to know whether you're adding the right amount into the workings that you're carrying out. So working for a single day is not going to need anywhere near as much energy as a working for a month. But if you can't distinguish the difference between this much energy and this much energy, then that's something that might be limiting your spells and rituals as well. I feel like I need to do an entire video on just those two things. Maybe I need to overhaul my beginner witchcraft series, to be honest. Just add like way more into it. I probably should. It's been a long time. Okay. This one is interesting. At least I think it's interesting. So, I've read that we can call our personal guardians from the 4 directions to protect us and our space. But can this, or a banishing spell, I know what I mean, can stop our communications with spirits if done daily? Okay, so when we're calling, okay, I need to formulate my thoughts in this. So when we're calling guardians, especially from the 4 directions, they are usually not personal guardians. If we're thinking the classical calling the watchtowers, we're calling the 4 directional elements from the 4 watchtowers. They are more elemental energies that we're calling upon for those workings that can help shield us during workings or aid us during workings. If we were doing regular, the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, which is what I was trying to say but failed miserably, or general banishing spells, it wouldn't necessarily stop the ability to communicate with spirits permanently. But if the spirits are present in that environment and you have not released them from that space when you are performing it, then yes, it would have an impact on your ability to engage with them, mostly from a social standpoint. So we're calling in the directions, especially if we were to do, say, a traditional circle casting within more Wiccan tradition, where we're calling upon the watchtowers of the north, the elements of fire, the guardians of the holy flame, to aid us in our workings, to burn away unwanted energies, and to give us fiery passion for the things that we desire. You know, the very traditional, very wordy, I call upon the watchtower of the west, the guardian element of water, to summon them into this space to aid with the healing properties of water and the emotional clearance it can bring, you know, that kind of wordy sort of stuff. It's then important that we release them again from that environment. So you would then say, you know, I thank the watchtower of the south, the element of fire, for aiding me in this working. I release you now, go forth from this ritual space. And you would do that through the entire working to make sure that they were correctly released from that space. You could then perform a banishing ritual or a cleansing ritual, or do the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram as a way of ensuring that that space was clear of any leftover lingering energies. Doing that is totally fine. You're probably not going to necessarily need to do that every single day, but if you did and you wanted to make sure that your space was nice and clear, you're not going to have that many problems with that situation. But, big one, if you were to call forth the guardians and then perform that banishing ritual when you have not released them, that would probably be seen as a very big insult. So it would be the equivalent of you've invited over your colleagues to your house for a dinner party. And then when you're done, you don't bother wrapping up the dinner party and you don't thank everybody for being there. Instead, you just go upstairs and turn on the alarms in the house and just let them figure it out for themselves. They probably wouldn't want to come back again. It's that kind of a situation where it's not necessarily that it would stop you from working with them. It's just whether they would want to continue working with you if that's the kind of thing that you were doing, you know? So it's very much about figuring out time and place. Right, let's have a look-see. Oh, okay. This one happens more often than I think people talk about. So I recently came out of the broom closet to my closest friends. I was hoping that he'd be supportive, but instead he was rude and derisive. How do I deal with this going forwards? Thanks. So it's one of those that's quite tricky because a lot of the time this kind of a reaction comes from a misunderstanding, comes from their own traditions and upbringing, and in many cases a lot of the misinformation that comes from that. And so it is a very difficult situation because obviously these are people that you've known for a really long time. They're people that you really care about, and it is that sort of triggering of nerves that I think can take people by surprise when it happens, because maybe it's a topic that has never necessarily been brought up in that dynamic before. And so I'd say it's really useful to recognize that more often than not, it has nothing to do with you, right? It's so easy in this situation to be like, oh my God, I shouldn't have said anything. I'm a terrible person. Like, what do I do now? Like, I've really upset things. It's really important to recognize that 9 times out of 10, this kind of a reaction has zero to do with you. And it has everything to do with something else that's been going on in their life, some tradition that they've been brought up with, some belief systems that perhaps aren't that healthy for them anymore. And so it really is going to depend on how comfortable you feel going forwards. I think that's the main thing. I don't want you to be putting yourself into a particularly uncomfortable situation. But it's a case of perhaps giving a little bit of time. You don't need to apologize for saying anything. You don't need to be minimizing yourself in this. Just give them a little bit of time. And if they feel comfortable, just ask, you know, I'm curious as to why you feel that way. And just see what gets said if you feel like that's something that you want to be doing. Because a lot of the time, it doesn't come from a place of malice. It comes from a place of fear, often because of their own upbringing. Equally, you might just decide, you know what, this isn't the reaction that I was hoping to get. This isn't something that I was expecting from you. I was expecting that even though you maybe don't agree with me on this, that you could at least understand where I'm coming from. And then you can decide from there whether it's a relationship that you would like to continue with somebody or whether it's not. But I do think the biggest takeaway here is to say that it's never something that you should have to minimize. It is something that some people are going to like and some people aren't. Some people don't care either way. Some people are surprisingly passionate about something that they've never brought up before. And it is just par for the course, unfortunately. But if they are willing to listen and to understand, then it may well be that there's some misunderstanding here. There may well be some confusion over what it is that you are working with, the kind of energies that you're working with. something there that that isn't surface level, that you've just never really thought about before. But yeah, exactly. That's a really good way of putting it. It's always disheartening to get that reaction from loved ones, but it usually isn't personal. And it's something that so many of us experience, especially if you come from an environment that is very religious. If a lot of your family members and friends growing up were religious, it tends to be something that people encounter a lot more than they perhaps talk about. Do you take fun questions too? I'm happy to take fun questions too. Whatever you want to chat about, I'm pretty happy to chat about it. Oh, I did not know this. Are you aware that folklorist Icy Sedgwick is releasing a new book this month titled Fate or Fortune, The Art of Folklore of Divination? I didn't know, but now I'm curious. Oh, how is your garden and how is your puppy? Puppy is fantastic. She is a little angel. She's my angel baby. I love her so much. She's house trained now. She's so adorable and I love her to pieces. The garden, however, is not doing so great. I'm going to be really honest. We've had a lot of storms. My umbrella got stolen last year. I bought a brand new umbrella. I'm not sure if I mentioned that I bought a brand new umbrella, but I bought a brand new umbrella. Within the week, it had been stolen, which honestly, it kind of doesn't surprise me. People are often like, oh, England, it's so beautiful, it's so green. No, things, if you put something down, it will get stolen. And then all the storms kind of caused everything to die. And yeah, I haven't really been in it this year yet. We only had one day of really nice weather this year so far. And so hopefully now that Cleo is a little bit older, she's going to be okay to be outside in the back garden, because this time last year, she wasn't even born yet. But last summer, she was not old enough to go outside because you have to wait till they are 12 weeks for them to have their vaccinations. And then you have to wait a week after that, maybe 2, I think it might have been 2, to make sure that she was safe to kind of go around where other animals and other dogs would have been. So this year, I really hope that she is able to be outside in the back garden and just to have a really nice time. But yeah, I will eventually get back out there. It's just she is my main priority when it comes to being outside. Let's have a look-see. This is one that throws so many people off. What is the difference between a warlock and a wizard? And the answer to this is not much. It really depends on the title that you are using to describe yourself. Now, there are nuances to that. Okay, so a magical practitioner, regardless of gender, can refer to themselves as a witch. It is a gender-neutral term. But you will find that certain practitioners prefer using certain terms over others. So for instance, if you perform primarily ceremonial magic, a lot of people under the ceremonial bracket would refer to themselves as magicians rather than witches. It's very similar. They practice very similar things in a slightly different way, but the terminology that you use is often different depending on region, depending on the tradition that you're a part of. So there are some, but not many, magical practitioners that refer to themselves as wizards and warlocks. You will find a few. The majority of warlocks that I've met follow a more left-hand tradition, and they lean very heavily into the oath-breaker description that surrounds the term warlock. So it's something that I often find that more left-hand practitioners might use or might be inclined to use, but it isn't necessarily a requirement. So ultimately, the answer is that there isn't really that much difference. The term warlock does have some more negative associations to it. It is associated with the breaking of coven oaths, the releasing of secretive information that should only be kept within the magical framework. And so for a long time, it's had a very negative association. Wizard is commonly associated with Gandalf. And so a lot of people will avoid the term because it is often associated with the role play, the fantasy aspect of the magical arts. But really, it's up to the individual who they can choose for themselves the term that they would describe themselves as being. Some people use mages, sages, oracles, wizards, warlocks, witches, so many magicians, all out there. It just depends on the person. Is it true that it's usually cloudy in England, or does it depend on the area? It very much depends. It's not cloudy as much as you would think it would be. I know a lot of people say that English people constantly talk about the weather, but it isn't because it's always raining, it's because it changes so much. Especially in April, you can have glorious sunshine, hail, torrential rain, snow, and then back to sunshine again in like 3 hours. But no, it doesn't always rain. It's just more frequent. It's probably the nicest way to put it. Oh yeah, that's the other way of looking at it too. Sorry about that, about the previous question of not everybody refers to themselves in the same way either. So if I were to refer to myself as a witch, another person may refer to themselves as a bruhera instead of a witch, even though technically the names, they mean the same thing. There's a cultural context to the name that doesn't get passed over in translation, if that makes sense. So you might find that one person refers to themselves as a bruhera, but they would never refer to themselves as a witch, because it is the cultural association with the name that is what they are associated with, not the translated version of it. Right, let's have a look. See, where was I in here? How to make more money without danger. Oh, how to make more money spells without danger. I mean, there's no danger anyway. There is this very strange, there's some very strange associations with witchcraft and the perception that it comes with punishment. And I think a lot of this does stem from the church. And I think a lot of this also stems from folk tales. And I don't necessarily mean folklore. I mean more, don't believe everything that you see. All that glitters is not gold. You know, the warnings that you give to children. Just because the water seems safe doesn't mean that it is. Just because that man has candy doesn't mean that you should get into his van. That kind of connotation. And it does come out of shows like Once Upon a Time, which very much focuses on magic has a price. But it isn't really the case when it comes to actual magical workings. Unless we are working with a particular spirit that requires payment for a working, for the most part, the energy that you are pouring into that working is the fuel for that working. It is the payment for the outcome. So a little bit like with energy generally, it cannot be created or destroyed, only changed from one form to another. So the payment for that working comes from the energy that you are giving it. That could be your own personal energy. That could be energy that you have drawn up through intensive work, through meditation, through dance, through music, through energy work, is the payment for that working. So you can make as many money spells as you want. It doesn't mean that they're all going to manifest, but you can create as many as you would like and perform as many as you would like, as long as you make sure they're in alignment with what you are able to achieve. So this is the thing where I think there's also a case to be said about the wording of a spell. So if you are not doing enough, okay, so say you work in a very manual job. You're a builder, for instance, you're a carpenter. You are not working, or you're not in a field that gives you much opportunity to financially improve. So you're not necessarily likely to get a promotion in this example. You're not necessarily likely to win the lottery in this example. But you have given a spell a very vague description of you want to get £10,000. That's your goal, you want £10,000. But you aren't saving money. And you aren't being careful with your money. And you're unlikely to be earning more money, and you're not taking on more shifts. You're not going to win the lottery and you're unlikely to get a windfall from somebody in your family. Therefore, the easiest route for that energy to take is one where you fall through the roof of a building and you end up getting insurance because you're injured at work. That could be a way of looking at this. It's not necessarily the likely outcome, but energy will almost always take the easiest route, and which is why it's really, really important that we're careful with the wording that we're using. So it isn't, I would like £10,000 through any means, and instead it could be that you would like £10,000 by having the ability to take on more work. Give it an avenue to take, and it's less likely to start causing issues. So, I'm somewhere over here. Oh, will there be another book club soon? Yes, there will be. I'm getting there. Slowly, slowly. Ooh, I have never heard of these and now I need to. Have you ever tried divination with Kipper cards? It's sort of similar to Lenormand and I quite like it. Let me have a look, see what these are. Ooh. Oh, they are quite like Lenormand. I haven't done any workings with them myself or any readings with them myself, but Lenormand is incredibly interesting. If nobody's ever used a Lenormand deck, they are, I want to say, probably the easiest way of getting into reading cards. They are a combination of tarot and cartomancy, so just playing card divination. They have the looks of a playing card, but they often have these little images on them which are so recognizable that you would immediately know what they were for. So for instance, it might have an anchor, or it might have a heart, or a horseshoe, or a four-leaf clover, or wedding rings. And they're so recognizable, like the images are so universal to so many people, that they allow you to very, very easily go, wedding rings, this is about a relationship. Okay, next card. Two doves, okay, it's probably going to be about reconciliation in some way. A love heart, probably about affection, building. An anchor, maybe this is something that's been stagnant in the past, that's lost some of the drive and the passion because things have been very stagnant, and instead you're going to be moving forwards because there's two doves there with the olive branch and you're going to start making some reconciliations. You know, they're very, very quick, easy to read cards. They're very, very overlooked, Lenormand are. I think they're incredibly beneficial. If you are struggling perhaps with reading tarot cards, they're like that in-between step where I don't want to call them tarot with training wheels, but that's not as an insult. That's as a genuinely useful thing. They are like tarot with training wheels where you can start getting your mind used to using symbols to describe larger concepts. And it gives you the ability to connect one card to another easily without having to constantly go to a guidebook. So really useful. Can you tell me more about a hagstone, its uses and history? I can. I have done an entire video on my channel that is called, let me just find it. I think it's called Hagstone's History and Use. Let's find out. Yeah, the history of hagstones, use them in your witchcraft. If anybody would like to go and check that out, it is a 31 minute and 7-second video all about hagstones. Right. Let's have a look, see. Ooh, okay. So this one is a very difficult question to answer. So we're going to be quite general with this because it is quite a varied and difficult topic. So how do you keep somebody completely out of your life until they're gone? The answer to this is with difficulty, but that's because there's layers to it, right? So you can start with a banishing. So cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect, the same order as always. You might want to be doing cord cuttings to separate your energy with their energy to ensure that there's no energetic ties that might link one person to another. That's kind of the very basic sort of foundational things for witchcraft's perspective. What makes this topic so difficult, though, and it's the thing that people find the most infuriating with things like cord cuttings, is that if you have links to another person and you have to continually be in proximity, be in relation to, it becomes very difficult to maintain those workings long term. So for instance, if you are attempting to do cord cutting on your child's father that you are no longer in a relationship with, but you still see them on a regular basis because of custody, that cord cutting isn't going to last because you are still and consistently going to be energetically tied to the other person. So workings in this situation are really only going to be beneficial if you are able to separate yourself from that other person in such a way that they are not going to be able to be present in your life. And this is why it's so complicated, because it very heavily depends on circumstances. If this is a friend that you knew in high school that you've had a massive falling out with and you don't want anything to do with them and they live halfway across the country, then sure, you can remove them on all social media, you can block them, you can do a banishing spell, you can do a cord cutting spell. You don't engage with them, they don't engage with you, that's it, sorted, done. But if you are dealing with family members, with fathers of children, with mothers of children, doesn't matter who, either which way. If you are dealing with people that you are actively having to engage with in some areas of your life because you are blood related, you are related through marriage, you work with them, you have to see them on a regular basis on the school run, it makes it so difficult. So if you need to go through legal routes, that's probably the easiest way of doing it if it is to that level. Make sure that you're doing everything that you can to stay separated from them if that isn't an option. And then you can do the banishings, the cord cuttings to make sure that you are protected from them, that they are kept at a distance from you. But obviously there's nuance that has to be applied into this, and it is never cut and dry when it comes to this because different people are going to be connected in different ways, and a lot of the time it's sometimes in ways that you would never expect. Interesting. Sorry, I got sucked into reading the question and realised I didn't actually read it out loud. I have a crystal wand that got a crack in the middle, but it did not split in two, it's still solid. Would you keep using it as a wand or break it all the way and use the crystals for something else? I would probably keep using it for now, mostly because, okay, for anybody who doesn't know sort of the basis for this, the idea is, especially for crystals that are used for protection and for shielding, if they split, then it has absorbed that negative energy and it is now no longer to be used for that purpose because it's taken in all the energy that it can cope with and it's gone and it's just split. So you'll often find this with obsidian, with smoky quartz, with clear quartz, things that are used for either sensing energy, so like early alarm systems basically, or workings for protection. You'll often find that they will crack when they've done their job. In terms of this though, the fact that it's split, but it's cracked, but it hasn't split, makes me wonder if there is perhaps something a little bit more mundane going on here. That would be sort of my first assumption. Changes in temperature, even just placing, especially if it's something like quartz, placing it down just slightly rougher than you would normally. It doesn't have to be like a smack, even just a little tap where one part of the stone touched in a different time to another can cause these little fractures to be triggered through the middle of a stone. So I wouldn't necessarily say that you should break it in half right now. I'd say it's a case of monitoring it, maybe sense the energies that are around, see if anything else is amiss. If it is, it might be an early warning to say that, hey, your protections need a little bit of work. You might want to edit them a little bit. You might want to strengthen them a little, do some magical maintenance. It might also be that that stone is saying that it isn't going to be utilised anymore for purpose, but when it gets to that point, it will split all of the way. So for now, I'd say keep using it, monitor how your workings go and monitor the protections in your home, because it might be trying to say something. So, do you know when the Nottingham Witchcraft weekend is? If we're talking the Nottingham Pagan Festival, it is the 25th and 26th of April. No, not the 26th, the 25th. It's only one day, isn't it? I think it's the 25th. Let me double check. I should know this. 25th of April. There we go. But there may well be another pagan weekend that I am totally missing. Right, if other spirits can mimic a loved one from the other side, how do you know for sure which siblings from the other side is communicating with you? When siblings are very similar, they will usually tell you. I know that there's a lot of discourse on mimics and trickster spirits and all of that kind of thing, but when it comes to especially ancestors. Okay, how would I best describe this? I know that there's a lot of discourse surrounding the idea of mimics and trickster spirits, but a lot of the time, if a spirit is going to act as a mimic, it is doing so for a reason. And that reason is usually offerings, energy, power, and communication. So a spirit will often mimic a deity because they know that people are willing to give energy, offerings, time, and power to deities in a way that they maybe wouldn't to a random spirit. They may be likely to mimic certain spirits that you would want to work with. So I'm talking like, if you're the kind of person who works with saints, they are likely to mimic saints for the same reason. But when it comes to sort of smaller spirits, personal spirits, I'm trying to find the best wording for it, but the spirits that aren't necessarily going to get anything out of it. So your ancestors, they aren't communicating with you because they're going to get loads of offerings. They're not communicating with you because they know that you're going to give them a bunch of things. They're communicating with you because they want to, because you are family, because they care about you and you care about them. So you don't find, at least I haven't found, that trickster spirits are as prevalent when it comes to people that we know in comparison to deities and very specific spirits that people would work with, like saints. But generally speaking, the way that you can tell would be mannerisms. Even though they may be very similar, there's likely going to be little things that you will be able to pick up. And realistically, they're not going to keep up the ruse for very long if they are pretending to be one another. They're likely going to eventually say, okay, fine, the game's up. Like, I'm such and such a person, or I'm this person, not this person. And it's also perhaps useful if you're wanting to commune with individual spirits at a time, that you have something that represents them. A photograph, something that belonged to them, that you can be holding, that you can have in front of you when you are working with them, so that you are directly drawing on them rather than just vaguely calling for them by name. You have something that links you to that spirit. It makes it a lot easier to directly pick on a spirit rather than just vaguely calling out to them. Is there such a thing that's called magic sickness? Not that I've really heard of. What I have heard a lot of, and I've experienced it myself, is when people perform witchcraft and magic in general with their own personal energy, what can happen is after that working is complete, they feel really tired and drained and exhausted, and they feel really ill. And often it's fixed with some food, some drink, some chocolate. Grounding and drawing up additional energy really helps. But it goes away after a while. But you will find that it will happen every single time that you do a working with your personal energy. I've got hiccups now so bad, with your personal energy. And the way to resolve this is that you don't use your personal energy. So you draw energy from other sources before you perform that spell, so your energy is never depleted by the end of it. Or if your energy is depleted by the end of it, you draw external energy up to balance the scales after the fact, so you never end up feeling that way. I used to get like this at the start of my practice. I used to burn out completely during a ritual because I was using so much of my own magic. And you just draw up energy, preferably at the start of that working, you center, you ground, you draw up that energy, you utilize a mix of that energy and your personal energy in your magical practice. You send that out, you feel how you feel afterwards. If you have too much energy, you return some of it to the earth. If you have too little energy, you draw some up from the earth to balance the scales, and then you can just disconnect yourself, shake yourself off, have something to drink, and you'll feel totally fine. But that's the closest I can find to, say, a magic sickness. It's often this feel on how much you're using that energy. Ooh. Okay, so this is a continuation of the question about the cracked crystal. I don't think the crystal cracked for some spiritual reason. I was just wondering whether the wand will transfer energy well now that it has a crack. I'd say it probably will. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be that much problem, but if you're concerned about it, you can always do a bit of a test. An object, something in your magical collection that you don't mind charging with energy. I mean, you can just get rid of it after it. But draw up your energy, direct it through the wand into the object. You know how much energy you drew up. You know how much energy moved through that wand. So put the wand down, hold that object, and see how much energy the object contains. If it's lost a lot of energy, like more than 50% of the energy, then you might want to be using something else instead. But if it's still, like, for the most part, pretty much balanced, then you should be okay. But if you at any point feel like you don't feel comfortable with that, then that's totally fine to just use that wand, use that crystal for something totally different. It might be time to say that the wand now has a different life doing something else, and then take on something else for that purpose in your collection. The answer to this is yes, and I promise I am working on it. It's just very, very slow. Are you going to return to the spirit stories? I submitted one and I'd love to hear your take on it. I am. But they're going to be in a slightly different form. So I struggle with the spirit stories because it's very difficult to create thumbnails that look clickable for spirit stories, because I don't want to use AI for my thumbnails. I'm not going to do that. And it's very difficult to consistently be coming up with thumbnails for them. And as sad as it is, I hate the fact that YouTube has become, how clickable can a thumbnail be? And if your thumbnail isn't clickable, we're going to refuse to show it to anybody. But I was finding even people who'd submitted stories weren't seeing the stories come up because the thumbnails weren't good enough. So none of this worries me crap. I promise this has a point. The plan is that they end up in a podcast form that will be available on YouTube as well as on Patreon. And that's how I would be supporting the making of it, because I know they're not going to get that many views on the YouTube. It will go through sort of the Patreon, and then it'll be a podcast through the Blackthorn Arch podcast episodes, which will be the ghost stories. Because I was already talking about ghost stories and spooky encounters anyway. I mean, the opening line was, "Hello everybody, my name is Hearth, spelt Hearth, and welcome through the Blackthorn Arch, a podcast all about ghost tales, fairy stories, and ghostly encounters in the UK. So I figured I'd just sort of group it all together in that, so that it's still accessible for everybody, but it's not going through the main channel where I have to fight against the YouTube algorithm in terms of thumbnails. And it means that I can do them more regularly, perhaps in an audio format instead of a visual format. That was the plan, and I said it was going to happen in January, and then we got snowed in and my boiler broke, and I'm still trying to catch up. I'm still behind schedule. So yeah, that is the plan. But yeah, I've noticed more and more, and it's kind of scary actually, that a lot of the stock image websites like Canva, like Pixabay, Pexels, a lot of them now, the AI is everywhere. it's so hard to find like ghost thumbnails that don't include AI. It's scary, and not in a ghosty way, in like a, I really don't want to be using that kind of a way. So I just figured this was an easier way of me working around that, because I don't want to have to be using that. I really, really don't. Right. Oh, but we've already had some really interesting ones so far. We had one about familiars. We've had one about water spirits. I've already filmed these. Like I'm in the process of editing these right now, but they're so interesting. So keep your ears peeled, eyes peeled, ears open. That's the phrase, isn't it? And that will hopefully I'll be coming out with that. This is an interesting one. Okay, so this is one where my understanding on this isn't necessarily the be-all end-all of everything. And obviously, if you hadn't already realised, that applies for everything on this channel. But it's one of those... Sorry, I didn't even give you the blooming question, did I? The question was... I'm going daft tonight. I wanted to ask how to astral project into other realms like the Fey Wild. Now, when we're talking about connecting with the Fae, I have experience working with the Fae in this plane. I am not the most experienced at working with the Fae in Elfame, but I do know people and have spoken to people who are. And so what I'm about to discuss is very much secondary information, if that makes sense. So from what I have gathered, it isn't so much that you astral project to Elfame. It is that you are guided there by a member of the Fae. And that can be through a couple of different means. So the first would be the classical, taken by the fairies sort of stereotype. Somebody who is astral projecting, somebody who in a lot of these stories is just wandering around, but you can think of it as though they are wandering the astral. And they are lured into the Elfame. They are lured into the Fey burrows, they're lured into the hills as a way of whisking them away to Elfame. So there's that sort of concept. We see this with the topic of being pixie-led, of being sort of lost in the woods, but you think you're following a path, or you think you're following a light, but actually you're being guided somewhere by the fair folk who are attempting to trick you and trap you within Elfame. So that's sort of the first one, where people may be in Astral, and they are following a road that they think they recognise, or they're following a lantern that they believe is taking them somewhere nice, and instead they are being pixie-led. They're being drawn away by a member of the fair folk elsewhere. The one that I hear spoken of the most, though, are from those who have guides. So these are the individuals that have enough connections with the fair folk that they have individual fair folk that they will work with. And they are essentially chaperoned into Elfame. And this would then allow them to have access and allow them to be a little safer and more secure in their place there than if they were to accidentally wander in. Same rules apply. Don't eat anything, don't drink anything, don't take anything, try not to touch anything, don't insult anybody. You know, the basic sort of Fey folk rules. And then at the end of it, they are then safely permitted to leave because they have a guide that has given them access. That's the one that I hear about the most, because it is where most of the people I know who do this come from. They come from this world where they have a Fey guide that is working with them. That's their magical practice. It isn't something that I would necessarily say that you attempt to do blind, so that you are attempting to sort of dive into this with no experience and no guide at all, because there is a lot of etiquette differences that can really throw you through the ringer if you don't know what to expect. Oh, thank you so much, Iz. I genuinely I'm struggling. I am struggling with the thumbnails. So I might end up having to take you up on that, because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a book nerd that ended up being a YouTuber. Technology is not my forte. My boyfriend helps me with all of the equipment, and he's like, girlfriend, you're out of focus. I'm like, what? You're out of focus. Am I? That I'm like a grandma when it comes to technology. I am not good at it. Oh, okay. So I think I'm here. I think it might have jumped a little bit, but I think I'm here. My little kid is curious about my altar and practices, animism and tradcraft. I was wondering how to include her in my celebrations. Any advice? Oh, like little things I think is a good place to start. Like little things that are engaging and feel very physical. So it's the one thing that I think a lot of maybe more mainstream traditions tend to do is they work on the principle that this is the way it's done, don't question it, just do it. And a lot of beginners to witchcraft kind of feel the same way. They read a book on beginner witchcraft and it says, at Beltane, we do this and we do this and we do this. And they ask why, and the book just doesn't give them an explanation. Oh, well, at the winter solstice, you honour the return of the sun. Okay, but why? And they're like, well, we just do. So just do it. And especially, I think, for children, the why helps them take in so much more of an understanding of it than just, this is how we do it, just do it, don't question it, you know? So, like, if we're going into, say, like, traditions and celebrations and all of that sort of very practical stuff, I think getting her involved in the whys is so useful. So if, for instance, on your altar you might have herbs or you might have wands, then it's a case of let's go and let's talk to the trees. And let's go in and sit, and we're going to have a nice afternoon in the sunshine, and we're going to listen to the trees whispering, and have that concept really early on of, this is the way that I perceive the world. Do you hear it too? I'd love to know if can you hear the trees whispering as well? Can you feel that they're living? You know, that kind of an idea of trying to connect with the animism aspect to give a deeper reason for the things that are being witnessed and the items that are there, where they come to first, which I think is a really useful thing for anybody to learn that way. Learning the whys allows us to understand stuff so much more. So if you work with different herbs and perhaps you grow herbs in your back garden, something that's really safe and isn't going to cause any problems, this is your chamomile plant. And we are going to grow this together this year. And then we're going to dry the flowers, and then you can have your own little collection, like I have my collection. Getting them used to the way things are done and the whys, I think, is the most valuable bit in this, and making it fun and engaging. Because I think that's something that so many people who come from a religious background have dealt with. I mean, I had to go, not through my parents, through my school. I had to go to church every Thursday. God, it was boring. You're sitting there in a hard back wooden chair and you're like falling asleep. It's like, oh, we've got to sing a hymn. Okay. No shade to the religion as a whole. But the reality is that as children, we were taught to just accept. We were not taught the whys. We weren't taught, why are things done? Why do we do this? What's this hymn about? Oh, it doesn't matter, just sing it. Okay. And I think that, especially for people in pagan traditions, is something that is easier in a way, because the reason why we do things is so apparent. The reason why Beltane is celebrated, we can go out and we can sense it, we can see it, we can feel it, we can witness it for ourselves. It's a lot easier to do. Let's have a look, see. I'm somewhere here. Oh, okay. This question that I was talking about a minute ago about the Fae is continued here. So this is about and working with the Fae. So at the very start of this video, we covered some books about working with the fair folk and sort of making those first steps. If you have never worked with the fair folk before, being in Elfame is the last place that you are going to want to be. So I would totally bypass the whole let's go to Elfame section and just stick with the whys, the hows, the wherefores, because I think that the perception of what the fair folk is and what the reality is are very, very different, and they can be quite jarring for a lot of people. Oh, thank you so much, Pixie Thistle. That's actually a massive compliment. I am now a mum to I'm a very proud mum to a little fur baby, and we are doing the gentle parenting with her. I'm becoming accustomed to the process. So, in a way, I suppose. Sorry, I'm just downing my iced tea at the same time. I never drink during live streams and I always regret it afterwards. So this time I'm trying to do it. This one is a question that I get so often. Not necessarily on the live streams, but often in the comments and in emails, which is, I'm a newbie witch and I want to know if I need to cast a circle before doing a spell. No, but also maybe. And again, it's one of those topics that has a lot of nuance to it. So I'm sort of briefly going to run through it. So casting a circle has two primary purposes. It is a protective agent. So it is that sphere that goes around your working to ensure that unwanted energies and spirits cannot interfere with that energy, allowing you to work in peace and then release it safely and securely. They also act as a container for energy. So this is really useful for beginners and also for larger group workings. You are raising that energy, but maybe it isn't controlled. So it isn't being kept in the body, perhaps. It may be coming off in little segments. You're getting little bursts of energy that you are not controlling. And if you didn't have that circle in place, they would just sort of flitter off and not be very useful. But because you have that bubble around you, you have this circle, it is acting as a containment. So the entire space can be filled with energy because perhaps your energy isn't that controlled yet, or perhaps you are attempting to channel it into an object instead of sending it out generally. And it allows all of that energy to remain together until you decide to send it off all in one go. So they're the two main purposes for a circle. You then do have the additional purposes of calling on different spirits, different energies, different deities, all of that stuff. But those are the two primary ones. So the questions that I would need you to answer, you don't need to do it in the chat, just generally, are, do you need to contain the energy because you find it difficult to control the energy at the minute? Or because maybe you aren't used to channeling it into an object yet? If the answer to that is yes, then having that circle is useful for its containment purposes. Keep practicing your energy work, and as time goes on, you'll realize that you probably need that circle less and less and less, and therefore you can just decide that you don't need it anymore. You no longer use a circle and your workings are still successful. If you find that that aspect of your practice is already fine, then you're probably not going to need a circle. If you're using it for the protection purpose, if you already have personal protections and protections on your home, you're probably not going to need it for protection. As long as you have something on you that's going to offer you some spiritual assistance, you are going to be fine not using a circle. But if you are particularly nervous, if you don't have personal protections, you don't have protections over your space, and you don't do your workings inside a protected space, so say you're just outside in the woods somewhere, then I would say that you're going to want to use a circle. One, because unwanted energies and spirits, but also if you're particularly nervous about unwanted energies and spirits, the nervousness alone can have a negative impact on the success of our spells and rituals because we aren't able to focus properly. We're so worried about it that we're getting nervous about it. We're not focusing. Our workings aren't as successful in the very end. So circles are not a need to have, but they can be beneficial. So even if you feel totally comfortable with your energy sensing, even if you feel totally comfortable with your protection, if you are wanting to work with spirits, then having a circle can be beneficial for that. It gives an extra level of protection and an extra level of containment. If you are planning on doing a very traditional Wiccan circle casting, where you want to be calling upon the watchtowers and the god and the goddess, then having that circle is really beneficial because it is the traditional format for that style of working. If you like the idea of a circle, but you don't necessarily like the fact that it might be a bit too containing for what you want to achieve, you might want to be looking into a compass round, which is akin to a circle in the way that it is laid, but instead of closing you off to the energies around, it opens you up to them. So it's particularly good if you do want to be sending energy out and drawing energy in. It's really one of those incredibly nuanced topics which really has no definitive answer. So it's really up to individuals what you feel comfortable with and what you don't. If you're very nervous, I would say use one for now. If you don't feel like it's very helpful for you and you feel as though you have enough security with the other things that you've done, then I feel like you could probably get away with not using one. There's plenty of practitioners who 30, 40 years later still religiously cast a circle, and there are practitioners who have never cast a circle. And it's very much down to individual circumstances. Right, let's have a look-see. Ooh, okay. This is a question that I have been considering diving into because there's definitely a difference there. So have you done or would you consider diving into the history of witchcraft practices in the US compared to the UK? The connections between us as well as a compare and contrast. Always love your book, Rex. Oh, thank you so much. So the differences between the US and the UK when it comes to witchcraft, I find fascinating. Mostly my knowledge lies with the great debate between the correct form of Wicca that was going on like 20 years ago or something. So we see that at some point in the late 70s, early 80s, Wicca starts migrating to North America. And there's many figures that sort of make this shift over. But all of a sudden, there is a massive witchcraft revival in North America that really is even bigger than what we saw in England, probably because America is huge by comparison. But even when I started practicing, there was this massive debate over how Alexandrian Wicca was 1,000 times better than Gardnerian Wicca, and nobody could tell anybody otherwise. And I always thought that was fascinating because it was something that if you practiced Wicca in England, you didn't really notice that debate as heavily as if you were online with people who were American. It was hilarious to watch the arguments going down. But there's definitely a showiness. Even still, I've noticed there's a level of showiness to witchcraft in America that you don't necessarily see with witchcraft in the UK. And I'm not sure if this is because of the social media aspect, I'm not sure, but there's very, very big things when it comes to witchcraft in America, probably because of the popularity of the Salem witch trials in media that we don't necessarily get in the UK. Like, our biggest witchcraft trial would probably be the Pendle witch trials. It might not necessarily be the biggest, but it's probably the most popular. And yet, we don't necessarily have a Witch of Pendle the same way that you have a Witch of Salem. Like, there's an official Witch of Salem, Laurie Cabot, which I think is fascinating. But we often see that witchcraft is perceived very differently in America than it is in the UK, which I think is just a fascinating cultural difference, because we see it in so many other things as well. Like, religion is so much more of a big thing in America than it is in the UK. We don't really have like the big mega churches. We don't have the same kind of church healers, or that entire world is just totally different. And I think that feeds in as well. So I'm going to have to like go deep into this at some point, because especially when we're looking at the history of witchcraft, say like the witch trials, there is so much delay happening as well that I think is curious. It's a bit like a game of telephone going back and forth over the pond, which I think is cool. Let's have a look-see. Weird question. Oh, I always love a good weird question. For some time now, when I light a votive candle, a face forms in the top of the wick. Do I just have odd candles, or might this mean something? Anyone else see this? Oh, interesting. So, okay, are we talking the little ball of like wick and soot that like gathers in the top? Or are we talking like a face that forms in the flame from the top of the wick? I would love to know. But either which way, you could be looking at either a spirit guide that is sort of aiding with that working, or maybe even a spirit in situ that is attempting to reach out in some way. I often find that especially if you are getting like different votive candles from different places, but they are reacting the same really weird way, it's often something external that's influencing them. But that is really, really cool. Last month, you mentioned that others get electric shocks from you. Have you looked at your birth chart to find what placements that might be contributing to this? I mean, I know my birth chart, but I don't necessarily know if it's really anything in particular. It's just this weird thing. And I think that some people are just drawn to certain elements. Okay, this is going to sound really cliche. Okay, I don't know if anybody else has seen this, but online recently, people have been like, it was always the purple girl. And every single TV show that they watched, their favourite character was always the one with purple hair, or that always wore purple, or it was always the alternative girl. It's a trend thing that's happening, at least on my TikTok For You page. I don't know if anybody else has seen it. But there's also this thing where whichever your favourite character was consistently through every single show that you watched is where you immediately were drawn to. And some people growing up were very water people. If somebody was associated with the water, they were their favourite character. That was immediately what they were drawn to in their day-to-day life. And for me, it's always been lightning. Electricity, lightning, always has always been my favourite. Fire and lightning. And I think a lot of that comes from the fact that I've always been able to feel it. And I genuinely believe I was talking to somebody at the event over the weekend about how everybody loves the forest. Everybody's like, oh, I just want to get into the forest and reconnect. But for her, the forest doesn't do anything for her. She can feel it, but it's not really that powerful for her. For her, it's water. If she's by water, she can feel it. It's the only time she feels fully recharged is when she's by water. And I think and she's not a water sign either, which is what a lot of people tend to assume, is that if you're a water sign like I am, that you would immediately be drawn to the water element. But I do think that fundamentally a lot of us have this draw to a particular element or a particular aspect of an element, and that sort of follows us all the way through. So maybe you were a particular fan of Katara from Avatar: The Last Airbender. If you were a particular fan of Cleo from H2O Just Said Water, or I'm trying to think of anything that has like really modern ties to it, people would be able to get what I was talking about. But if water has always been your thing, then when it comes to your witchcraft practice, you'll often find that you will probably lean heavier into that than in anything else. And for me, it's always been electricity, not helped probably by the fact that I can feel when anything's plugged in, and I almost always get electrocuted by things. I think that I can't kind of avoid it at this point. It's kind of ingrained in me. I would love to know in the chat though, what's your thing? Like, were you like an ice person? Were you fascinated by Storm from X-Men, or were you perhaps more of a Ricky or a Zuko? What's her name? Azula. Were you an Azula person? Because I feel like it ties in. It ties in with what people are drawn to. Oh, okay. This is another one that I think a lot of people... Oh, okay, sorry. I'll go back and finish Ruth's first, and then I'll come back to this new one. Let's have a look, see. It starts at the top of the wick, and conjoin with the flame. So this is about the candles with the faces. It starts at the top of the wick and conjoin with the flame. It will reform on different nights. So the face doesn't show up only at the first lighting when there's a little bit of extra wax at the tip. Where's the other bit of it? It does happen with different candles, but it only happens when I light the candle before my shower. Never in the kitchen, but I don't light candles in the kitchen with intention. I think that might be the defining feature there, is that you don't like the ones in the kitchen with intention, and the ones in the kitchen never have the same feature, which then to me really emphasizes that it may well be a guide, a spirit that is assisting in that working. You will often find, or at least I will often find, I use the royal we a lot more than I should. I use the royal we and the royal you a lot. I don't know if the royal you is a thing, but if a spirit is aiding with a working, there will be a sign that they are present in that space. For me, it's often the flickering. So I will have 2 candles going on the same altar at the same time. One is just a decorative candle, one is a candle with intention. And the candle with intention will be like pulsing, like really fast. And the other candle that's like right next to it, nothing. Or, sorry, I just read the comment. Or it will be like a specific smell. So I'll be sitting there and I'll be burning a candle with intention and I will get the same smell every single time. And it's usually when there is a spirit that is sort of pushing that energy forwards. And so that might be worth considering if you aren't already aware of any kind of guides. Maybe looking into it and seeing if you can do any readings to see if there is any association there, because it may well be that there's a particular figure that is assisting, especially if it is the same kind of intention, or perhaps workings that are particularly designed for you and the home and your sort of bubble. They might have a stronger input into those workings than workings that are safe for third parties. So that could be worth considering as well. But yeah, let's have a look, see what do we have here. We have thunderstorms, any character that controls plants, fire and water, which is weird. No, I don't think that's me as well. Any characters that are fire and water were always my favourite, but especially fire if it was electricity. So it's like water and electricity were always my big things. I have the electricity sense, but I don't like it. Maybe I need to look into that. You should. And also, I'm curious, if you can do it without sounding weird, ask family if they have the same thing, because my mum, she can't feel anything really. She can feel it when it's really strong, but for the most part, she can't feel it when things are plugged in. My dad and my grandma could all feel it. So I think it's very much something that goes through families. To have here, so I love earth, I'm earth heavy, fire and storms, yeah. It's all shadowy characters. That's one I never thought of. But yeah, it might be worth, if you've always been drawn and you've never looked into it, try aligning your magic to the thing that you are drawn to and see how your workings change. Because I was a storm witch for a really long time for that exact reason, because I love storms. The only problem is it doesn't storm enough in England for me to be able to practice on a regular basis. Some of my most powerful workings have been with storm magic because I'm so connected to it. Sorry, back to the question that I started. Oh my god, I'm getting distracted, goodness. Hi Hearth and everyone. How essential would you say an athame was for a fairly new practitioner? Not at all. Does it add anything? Yes. I'm really dithering on purchasing one, thanks. Okay, so an athame. For anybody who doesn't know, an athame is a ritual knife. They're usually double-sided, as in like the sharpness isn't on one side, it's on both sides, and they usually have a black handle. Now, that is the more like ritual knife that you would find within Wiccan. So It depends. They are usually used for the ceremonial energetic cutting and directing of energy within ceremony. So if you are planning on doing a lot of circle casting, if you are planning on doing a lot of energetic slicing, if you are planning perhaps on using an athame instead of a wand, then I would say it could hold use if you are more Wiccan in nature. If you are wanting a ritual knife for cutting of herbs, for the cutting of food ritually, I would say instead skip the athame, go with a kitchen knife that you can consecrate or that you would choose to use for your spells and rituals. So something that you don't mind being used in cooking as well as being used in ritual purposes, or you have one that's simply for your cutting of herbs, cutting of things in spells and rituals in a more practical sense. I'd say, especially when we're looking at ritual athames, it's one of those where if you are more ceremonial in nature, you are in a Wiccan coven, you are a traditional Wiccan, and by that I mean you are following the Wiccan altar layout, you are doing your spells utilizing all of the Wiccan tools, they can be incredibly beneficial. If you aren't sure which direction you want to go in yet, I would save that money and put it towards more general items that are a little bit more multi-purpose. So if you want something that's going to be directing energy, I would say maybe go for a wand over an athame because they are able to be taken to more places. So if you want to be doing your workings outside somewhere, you're not necessarily going to be able to carry an athame, but you would be able to carry a wand. Wands can be used for holding energy as well as directing it. And they can carry out many of the same purposes an athame can in ritual, but with just a little bit more flexibility. If you aren't really that fussed about having an actual tool for directing energy, you can do it with your hands. You can do it with a finger, marking the edge of a circle around you, anti-clockwise to close it, clockwise to cast it. I think there's other places where you could maybe spend your money. Books, clear quartz, if you're wanting to look into stones in your witchcraft, a starting tarot deck, something that will give you a good foundation for your divination, a nice book that you can write different workings in to see how it goes. I have an athame I got it from an ex-partner many years ago. Can I tell you how many times I've used it? No, probably because I don't use it very much. I've never really found them to be that useful. Obviously, everybody's going to be slightly different. But yeah, just bear that in mind. Okay. Let's have a look at this one. I once taught to the void that if there are elementals or anything that wants to acknowledge their presence, they should let me know. Then I got a weird feeling at night. Do you think I am not ready for it? I don't think it's necessarily that you're not ready for it. I think, especially when we're talking about elementals specifically, to be honest, they can be very stubborn. And the thing with elementals is they often want you to put the effort in of forming a connection. So they aren't necessarily the kind of spirit that will just sort of pop up and be like, hey, I want to work with you. They're more like the kind of spirit that after you've spent days or weeks in their environment, building a connection with them, they'll be like, I guess I'll help. So I think in this, it's less that you weren't ready for it, and more that especially if you are directing it towards elementals, they're unlikely to engage unless they are getting engagement back from you again. The thing that concerns me a little bit with this is the anything. Because the problem you've got with the wording anything, now obviously I'm aware that this is probably not the actual wording that was used that day, but the problem with the anything is you never know what you're going to get. And so that weird feeling may well have been the observance. Some spirits, they don't want to immediately approach. They will observe from a distance. So they will check you out, see what you're about, see what your energy is, see if they want to come any closer. And if they decide they don't want to, then they'll just leave again. So the weird feeling that you had may well be a spirit coming into your space, coming into your energy field to see what you're all about, and then deciding, I don't really want to. Also, I don't want to scare anybody, okay? Genuinely, that's not my intention. If you've had any weird things happening since that night, like things moving around, bumps in the night, footsteps, strange smells, just things that make you feel like you're being watched, it may be that you got exactly what you were asking for, and the spirit might not have actually left. So just bear that in mind in case anything weird has been going on, but especially with elementals, they do be stubborn a lot of the time. And so sometimes they just won't engage if you haven't taken that like real first step to build a connection with them. What witchy book do you recommend for beginners? I have an entire video series. Well, no, I have an entire video in the larger Beginner Witchcraft series that's called Beginner Witchcraft Books. And in there, I go over loads of different books for different types of beginners. What specifically it is that you want to be looking into. And that's very much going to depend on the book that I would recommend, because if you are a beginner Wiccan, that's going to be very different to a beginner in traditional witchcraft. The general book that I do typically recommend is Psychic Witch by Matt Oren. It's the one that I think is the most universal of all of the ones that I've read in the last probably 5-6 years. But obviously, if you are more interested in Wicca, that's going to slightly change. You know, ceremonial magic is slightly different, traditional witchcraft slightly different again. So it's really going to vary, but I have an entire video on different books for different people. So that's there if you do want to check it out. Okay. Hi, Hearth. I hope your Wednesday is going well. I noticed that whenever I do some sort of energy work, I tend to yawn, and I'm not sure if anyone else has experienced this or if it's just me. Oh, okay. So, couple of things. There's a couple of things going on here. Not all of them are going to be applying at the same time. Okay. And not all of them happen to everybody. I feel the need to emphasize that. So the first one is probably the simplest explanation of them all, and I am prone to doing this as well. When some people get very, very focused on what they're doing, they don't breathe. I also do this. If I'm taking photos, I don't breathe, and then I'm like, why am I out of breath? Well, I shouldn't be out of breath. I'm standing still. And then everybody's like, it's because you're not breathing. So oftentimes when we're doing spells and rituals, if we are not relaxed in that situation, you might find that you genuinely just are not breathing enough for the circumstance. And so your body is like, you need to breathe. Let's make you yawn. And so you may find that you repeatedly yawn. The second thing that I think happens more with some people than others, it depends on what your like little triggers are, is especially if we're doing work that is allowing us to be a little bit altered. So you're entering an altered state of consciousness, but you're not really fully there. People will do certain things when they're sort of on the cusp of sort of being present and not present. Some people will yawn. Some people will kind of start rocking backwards and forwards. Some people will start just sort of general repetitive motions. And it's not something that they necessarily are even aware that they're doing. Sometimes it's just automatic. So for me, I know that I start rocking backwards and forwards, and I don't realize I'm doing it until I'm out of it enough to realize that I'm doing it. But there's often this, it's like it's not a trigger because it's the reaction to a trigger, if that makes sense, of when you are sort of like part in, part out. So that could be the reasoning for the yawning. Another reasoning is if you are using a lot of your personal energy, you are going to be draining yourself. And when you're drained, you feel exhausted. You feel tiredness. And so you might want to be paying attention where in that working you're starting to yawn. Because if it's like halfway through, 3/4 of the way through, it could genuinely be that you are just starting to run out. You're starting to run out of energy, and it's going to manifest in you feeling physically tired and exhausted, and therefore the yawning starts. If it bothers you though, you can try other things to kind of shake yourself up out of it. So rather than sitting down for workings, you can be moving around for workings, you can be walking in specific directions, you can be avoiding trance work if you don't want to be doing it. So you can be keeping yourself very active, changing what you're doing on a regular basis so you're not entering a trance if that's the cause of it. There's different ways around it, but it does happen quite a lot. Right. Why do I have Moon River in my head? I don't know. I'm always confused what it means to sign a contract with a spirit. Other than tarot, how do you know what they exactly desire? And how do I state my point? By talking, hearing? Thanks. Pretty much, yeah. So it really depends on the spirit that you're dealing with. So when we're talking about spirit work, it's very much individual. So for one person, it might be trance. For another, it might be astral. For a third person, it might be in dreams. For a fourth person, it might be in meditations. So it's very much going to depend on the individual. So if you are in astral, so you're astral projecting and you are forming a contract with a familiar, with another spirit, there might literally be a contract that is being signed because it is a visual representation of an energetic tie that is happening. Now, I'm going to use this example mostly because so many people have seen it that they're going to know what I'm referencing. I really want to emphasize before I do that I do not agree with the opinions of this person, nor will I be watching anything new that's coming out. But the scene in Harry Potter where Snape and Narcissa are making the vow like this, and you can see the magic like tying them together. I'm sure a lot of people have seen that scene, and that's why I'm using it as an example. That is what we are working with, but we're doing it in different ways depending on the technique that we are utilizing. So if it's astral, because we are both in the astral, things can be a bit different. So there could literally be a contract that represents this binding together, this energetic tying of you to the spirit, right? And that could literally be a physical contract that they are signing and that you are signing. And then it could just roll up and then poof, disappear. It's a representation of that agreement that the two parties are making. And usually it is laid out with the things that each person must include in that working. So for instance, the spirit may agree to aid in this number of workings a month or a week if you are willing to offer offerings 3 times a week in return. You know, there's something to be gained and there is something to be given. If you are doing it in dream, it might be the same. It might be a physical contract that's being seen in a dream. It might be that you are seeing, especially lucid, that hands are being bound together. It might be that you can see energy binding together once that agreement has been made. It's very much going to depend on how you experience your lucid dreams, how you experience your dream magic, your astral projection, etc. It might not be that complicated. So especially if we're talking like a familiar, if we're talking about a guide, it may well be the case that it is simply I would like you to do this. Yes, I'm happy to do that. And you are simply verbally agreeing. Behind the scenes, this energetic linking is still happening. It's just not happening in necessarily the same way. And the same can apply if you're doing it with tarot. You might be gaining the information through the cards. There might be I would like this. I'm willing to offer this. Yes, I'm happy with that. The communication varies depending on the person and the way that spirit wants to engage. But it is usually in some way detailed. It could be through automatic writing. If that's your jam, it could be automatic writing. It could be trance. It could be messages that are coming through if you're particularly sensitive and you have clear knowing. It might be an astral agreement, a lucid dreaming agreement. It might be even a visual one. If you're particularly sensitive to visuals, it could literally be the spirit being present with you. If we're talking about something like a servitor, that contract is often bound within a physical object. So it could be a disc with the servitor's name carved into it. It could be a piece of paper with the servitor's name on it. And if that contract is voided, then that deal is broken. And if you choose to, you can break or tear that piece of paper, and the link between you and the servitor is gone and the servitor dissipates. It's so individual that it's very difficult to describe it as being one solid thing. I have found that my agreements personally, the ones that I am able to discuss, are typically I work a lot the guides come through very easily, and it's like a voice overlaying my own, right? So I can be having a mental conversation with myself and there's somebody else joining in on the party and they're talking over me. Okay. That tends to be how I work things. So a lot of my agreements are all done verbally. I would like this in return. I'm happy to give this. Are you okay with this? How long is it going to be for? It's going to be for this long. Okay, we agree. If either one of us voids it, we're done. And that's typically how mine are done. But this pact is happening. It's just behind the scenes. So I don't know if that was helpful, because honestly, witchcraft is so incredibly nuanced that if I were to say that every single practitioner does things one way, it just simply wouldn't be true, because that really isn't the case. And many people don't carry out these kind of agreements anyway, because spirit work just isn't for them. So yeah, it's, see, that's another way that people do it. So Billy Weir said, I've definitely just written up a contract, signed it with my name and their name, and set fire and sealed it. Yeah. So many people do it in so many different ways. It's whichever way the pair or the group decide is the best way to represent what it is that they are agreeing to. I've been trying not to sneeze this entire time. I'm going to try really hard not to, because my sneezes are really loud and I will peak the microphone. I do have advice on this. I have an entire video. So, do you have any advice for low energy witches? I have chronic fatigue and struggle with my practice due to my very low energy. Yes, I have an entire video called Low Energy Witchcraft, which covers a whole range of different methods of working around this. Let me just double check that I definitely called it that. Okay, it's called Passive Energy, Pre-Charged Spells, and More. And the thumbnail is Low Energy Witchcraft. It's on my channel. If you type in Low Energy Witchcraft, it should just come up anyway, but I'm hoping that that is something that could be helpful in this situation. Oh, what does a servitor actually do? So a servitor is really for anything. And that's the benefit of a servitor over working with an individual spirit. So servitors can be for protection. They can be for finding information. They can be for adding additional energy into spellwork and rituals. They can be for gathering energy, working with other spirits that maybe you can't otherwise have access to. They can be as a way of adding energy into spells and rituals. So if you are particularly low energy, for instance, every time you do a working and you have leftover energy in that space, that servitor will gather up that energy and then you can apply it into future workings without it being lost. Servitors are so useful because they can be programmed to do practically anything, which is something that individual spirits won't necessarily do, because obviously a spirit that is a being in its own right has its own thoughts, its own goals, its own preferences, spirits that it works with, spirits that it likes and doesn't like, places and things that it will and won't do. Whereas with a servitor, all you have done is you have separated out your own energy and then you have given it a job. It is separate from you, so it can work independently, but it is of you. And so it will do whatever it is that you've given it the purpose of doing, which is why so many practitioners will utilize them, because they're just so adaptable. Have you ever considered using the Dewey Decimal System for your books? No, I'm just looking up how that is even done. At the minute, I'm in the process of changing things over. Let's have a look, see. How is it even done? This classification notation makes use of 3-digit numbers for main classes, with fractional decimals allowing expansion for further detail. A library assigns a classification number that unambiguously locates a particular volume in a position relative to other books in the library. On the basis of its subject, the number makes it possible to find any book and return it to its proper place on the library shelves. As of 2009, the classification system is used in 200,000 libraries in at least 135 countries. That's incredible. I don't know if my library is necessarily big enough for that. At the minute, I've done a bit of a rejig because I pulled out all of my traditional witchcraft books. Well, actually, I found a few more after I filmed 3 solid videos. Oops. This entire middle shelf here is now just traditional witchcraft books. Half of this shelf is, I need to go through this shelf because there's some more in here. There's some more up there. There's some more at the very top. And then there's some more in this bookcase. So my plan is that like all my traditional witchcraft books, even the special editions, I think are going to go together. I don't know. I don't know, but I think that might be maybe the way to go. I know I said I would never do it like that, but trying to find all of my traditional witchcraft books in the sea of books and piles was just really, really difficult. So I figured that this might be a better way of doing it. Just put a book on each shelf and note which number shelf the book is on. But the problem with that, Joe, is I move things around too much. What if I decide to change things and then I have to take all of the stickers off? So I don't know, maybe I'll have to try that, see if it works better. But yeah, my plan was to just sort of wing it and hope for the best and see if it works. Right, let's have a look, see. Oh no, it jumped. Scroll. Okay. To be fair, it hasn't jumped that much, so I think I'm okay. Where am I? Okay. What is a good book or website for the accurate meanings of colour, crystal, and herb correspondences? I've tried looking up online, but no one seems to agree on what each means, and there's a reason for that. Mostly it's because different traditions and different people from different cultures and different practices are going to utilize things in a different way. And so online and even in books, you are never going to find anybody that entirely agrees unless they are referencing an earlier book in their bibliography, because it's very much based on individual practices. So if you are, say, in the British Isles, and perhaps you work with the Celtic Ogham, your associations for oak and birch and ash are going to be influenced by your further associations with the Ogham. Whereas if you work in North America, you might be associating it with more native belief systems, the legends, the stories, the folk tales of where you are. And therefore, despite the underlying meaning of oak and ash being very similar, the cultural context of 2 different places is going to dramatically change the associations that you have for it. We also see this with people who use the chakras. You'll often find that the associations of different crystals will be different on websites that are drawing their inspiration and their information from chakra use versus people who are using them in a ceremonial magic sense. And this is where it gets very, very difficult, because nobody is necessarily right or wrong. It's just going to depend on where you are, where your associations are. What traditions do you follow? Where's your origin, your history? Where are you from? Do you follow specific cultural traditions, or are you a little bit more eclectic? It's going to very much change what you are associating different things as. What I would say is go for a generic. So if you look at 5 different websites, I'm just gonna let me just have a look. So magical uses for oak bark. I'm just gonna Google that right now. Well, I use Ecosia because then they plant trees. So I'm just gonna click the first 5 websites. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So The first one, let's have a look, see? Uses and purposes. Oak bark can be used in magical purposes for many things, including abandonment, belonging, comfort, communication, companionship, compatibility, conflict, contentment, detachment, emotional calm, emotional strength, emotional support, engagement, enhanced listening things. It keeps going on and on and on and on. The Druid's Garden is going to see oak in a slightly different way because we're looking at druids. So they go through loads of different varieties, actually, including the uses of acorns, the oak and herbal medicine. See if I can find, here we go. Vitality and life, wisdom and knowledge, strength, thunder, and the weather. We then have Salem. This is a Salem company, which associates it with the root chakra. Oak bark, the guardian of ancient wisdom and timeless vigor. Different again. Starchild is a UK company that supplies a lot of herbs. Associated with Jupiter, thunder, lightning bolts, the Earth's womb, fertility, and transferring magic. So just on those 4 alone, so much variety, but there are similarities that link between them. So I would say have a look at what is similar between all of them. So we're looking at thunder, its association with Thor, but also with gods like Jupiter, Zeus, Woden, and Thor. It's used a lot for connectedness to the earth, and that's something that we see in all of the associations. So if you go through loads of different websites and you see that rose quartz is typically associated with love, and every single website is associating it with that purpose, that's usually because of something that's known as the doctrine of signatures, and I'll have to do an entire video on this in the future. But the doctrine of signatures, essentially, it bases the associations of a plant. Originally, this would have been medicinal, on the physical qualities of a plant. But it's not just plants, it's also crystals, it's colours, it's these kind of things. So you'll often find that things of certain colours are associated with certain things. Things that grow in certain ways are associated with certain things. And this is largely what we see books like Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs is based off of. It does add the other things in as well, but we can often see things being tied in. The best example that I typically give is sunflowers. Sunflowers, they're associated with the sun, obviously, because of the name, but they also follow the sun. You can watch them, you can physically watch them as they turn their heads to follow the sun. They're also the colour of the sun, and they grow lots and lots and lots and lots of seeds. So they're often associated with solar magic, with fiery magic, with abundance, financial prosperity, new growth, new beginnings, because the colour is associated with the sun, it follows the sun, and it produces a large number of seeds, therefore the abundance. And so you can sort of, if you look at each plant and the associations that it's giving, you can sort of look back through the doctrine of signatures and sort of figure out what that plant is associated with simply based on its qualities. Plants that only flower at night are typically associated with the moon. Therefore, they're also associated with wisdom, psychic work, femininity, goddesses usually, and they're often associated with more secretive, more hidden things. Plants that primarily grow in watery environments are typically therefore associated with healing, emotions, energies, femininity, as well as water elements. So willow is often used in communication workings. It's also often used in healing workings. It's associated with femininity and the moon because willow often requires a source of fresh water at all times. So that's probably the best advice I can give. I know that didn't really sound like advice, but I hope it made some semblance of sense. Look at all of the associations that you see on these websites. Look at the commonality between all of them, and then look into the plant. Where does it grow? How does it grow? When does it flower? How many seeds does it produce? How does it need to live? So for instance, ivy. Ivy is often associated with bonds between people, eternal life. and that connection between individuals. It's often associated with love magic and with marriages. And it's usually because it has to grow in relation to something else. It has to grow on buildings. It has to use trees as its support system. And therefore it's typically permanently linked to something else. And therefore ivy is linked with love magic, connection, companionship, marriages, and the like. So you can utilize the knowledge that you gain from just an understanding of that plant into your magical practice. The same can apply with crystals and colors. Yellow, typically associated with the sun, gold, prosperity, solar magic, abundance, happiness. Pink is often associated with relationships that are not always passionate. So friendships, family, connections with children. It's associated with the heart. And therefore all crystals that are pink and all crystals that are yellow will often have the underlying associations that come from the colour that they are. The shape also has an impact on that as well. So things that are quite pointy, things that are quite sharp, tend to be a little bit more forceful, a little bit more driven, whereas things like pyrite that tend to grow in squares or that can grow in cubes are often associated with steadfastness. So it all sort of ties in. I don't know if any of that was actually useful because I know you wanted websites and instead I just gave you a whole bunch of homework. But if we can learn how to use the doctrine of signatures, it makes it so that for magical purposes, we don't have to rely on websites as much. If you can look at something, perceive how it grows, figure a little bit more about it, and then you can have a much better understanding of how to use it in the long run. Oh, also, you can put them under your pillow. I know that sounds really silly, but you take a small piece of the plant taken with permission, you dry it, you place it inside of a little pouch, you sleep with it under your pillow under the guise that you have requested that it give you additional information about how it would be best to use the plant. And then through dreams and through psychic work, you do this during meditation as well, tarot reading, pendulums as well. If you're holding the bag in one hand and using a pendulum in another, it allows you to gain additional information about the plant and how it would like to be used. But yeah. That was a lot of words. Sorry about that. Let's have a look. I created a table for correspondences where each ingredient has several columns with correspondences from different books and websites, with a column with my personal associations as well. This way I can look at many different points of view easily, as well as some historical and botanical facts about them, and draw my own conclusions for workings at hand. That is such a good idea. I might have to do that. Let's face it though, I'm too stuck in my ways. I know what I use things for. I'm like, I use this for this, and that's how I use it. That if it works, it works. Ooh. Oh yes, we've had this one before. And I still need to do it. I still need to be brave enough to do it. So this question is, are there any topics you'd enjoy discussing or think others would find interesting that you wish you could touch on but YouTube won't allow? I'm thinking of things like blood magic, and that's exactly sort of the immediate one that I was thinking of is blood magic, because it is so much more than what people think it is. And I feel like there's a lot of power in there for many different people, but especially, this is going to sound all very cliche, but especially for women in witchcraft, not even women, anybody who has a cycle, a monthly cycle, whether it's regular or irregular, doesn't really matter, that there is a power in that is often in modern media been described as disgusting, right? It's 50% of the population experience it in some way, in some aspect of their life. And I find it so interesting how so much of our magical practice that included it is now considered so disgusting and taboo that it should never even be talked about. That's the thing. You don't even have to carry it out yourself. But I think talking about it is so interesting. Just looking back at the history and seeing how it was used, I think would be a fascinating video to Have a look at how the Romans used it. Have a look how even in early modern practice it was used. And people to this day still utilize it in their spells and rituals, nowhere near as much as they did before. But it's an aspect of blood magic that I think often gets demonized in a way that it really shouldn't be. Like, you might not want to do it yourself, and that's totally fine, but I think it's an interesting topic to at least touch on. The other ones are anything relating to necromancy. That's always a funny one. You mention necromancy, and immediately people are like, oh, you're raising people from the dead. Not quite, but nice try. That is a topic that often you can't speak on that heavily. As well as curses as well. That's one where even I got the funniest comment the other week. And I don't know if it was like a genuine, I don't think there was any malice in it. I really want to emphasize that. I don't think there was any malice in it. I think they were just genuinely really concerned. I'd spoken about the red dragon in one of my previous videos. And I got a comment that was literally one line, and it just said, you know that book is dark magic? And I didn't say anything back, but I'm like, yeah, it was considered like the most dangerous book of black magic ever produced at the time period. Like, I'm aware that that's what it is, but it's very interesting to me the way that people come at cursing and more malefic magic. It's very different to how people perceive any other category of witchcraft. And I just have to mention something even slightly over the line and people just go bonkers with it. So I feel like that's something that I need to discuss more on the Patreon, things that are just a little bit, not even like super duper intense, just like a little smidge intense, so that I don't just get like blasted with negative comments on YouTube. But yeah, there's lots of topics that I feel like people can't discuss. And I would like to. So I'll have to, I've got an entire thing on my phone of just like blood magic that people have told me about, which I think is interesting. You get so many interesting people at the events that will be like, I've got something that I think you would be interested in. And they'll just like give me the most niche bit of witchcraft. And you're like, huh, I never thought of that. And they'll be like, yeah, we do this all the time. We just never talk about it. And that's the bit that I am probably the most interested in, is the fact that so many people carry out the taboo practices, but nobody knows because nobody talks about it. Right, let's have a look. Which of the 5 elements has the strongest, most influential pull on you? Ooh, okay. So it's very much between 2. I've always been a water girl. Always. I've always been obsessed with the water element. I've always been in the water, fascinated by it my entire life. But I have never found that my water magic workings are that powerful, which is why the majority of my practice is candle magic, because the fire element has equally fascinated me, but for whatever reason, despite being a water sign, I am far, far more efficient at using fire magic than I am water magic. But I will always follow the sound of running water because I am desperate to find a little stream or a little brook. Like, water still absolutely fascinates me. But from a magical perspective alone, fire is always the one that I've been the most successful and has consistently held my attention for 20 plus years, that I feel like I have to say fire element. Which is weird because my my chart is mostly Cancer. What am I? Cancer Sun, Capricorn Moon, Aquarius Rising. I don't really have any fire in my natal chart, like, at all. I'm such a pushover. But yeah, weirdly, the fire element is the one that's really drawing me in a lot. Oh, I feel like I need to just say, because I know it's been a couple of hours, if anybody has any questions and you want to make sure that they definitely get answered, I would put it in the Q&A tab so it pops up in the Q&A. Otherwise, things kind of get lost in the chat. my goodness, thank you so much, Relic of Ages. I knew I needed to remember that. Have you read Secrets of the Gnomes? Ooh, that sounds familiar, but I don't know why it sounds familiar. Let's have a look. No, I haven't, but oh my goodness, that looks adorable. Wait, let's see what it's about. Ooh, okay. Enter the magical realm of gnomes with this captivating book that unveils their hidden secrets. This companion volume to the runaway international best-selling Gnomes takes you on a journey through lush forests, mystical gardens, and cozy underground homes, revealing the fascinating lives of these elusive creatures. The 200 hand-illustrated pages overflow with the author's on-the-scene sketches and first-hand observations. Oh, that sounds adorable. I haven't read this, but I'm on the Waterstones website and now I feel like I need to get it. I said to myself, no more books till I've read at least a fraction of my to-be-read pile, but still, they just keep piling up and they just look so good. So no, I haven't, but like, damn, I feel like I should. Right, I'm down here somewhere. Let's have a look-see. Oh, and that actually reminds me, the question about the more darker practices, are there any topics that you would like me to talk about that I just have never spoken about? I let me know, because a lot of the time I always focus on the same things, the things that interest me, but like I would be happy to talk about things that other people are interested in as well, because I probably have something in my collection that could be beneficial, even if I'm not necessarily able to talk about it that often. Oh no, that's my last bit of iced tea. I'd better savor this. Right. Oh, okay, this one. I want to formalize my practice, trad folk craft, and give it a religious framework. Animism, nature as its main focus. I'm not sure whether to go towards druidism or Wicca. I would like your opinion. Ooh. I mean, it's a difficult one. I mean, technically you don't really need to go towards any of them. But if we're looking at the way that you would often see traditional witchcraft being formalized, you would probably be easier going towards Wicca. I mean, they're obviously different, but when we're looking at tradecraft, you have the 4 elemental directions, you have specific figures that you're working with, you have specific tools that are associated with it. Traditional witchcraft very much follows the comfortable Wiccan format, but in a more unique, individual way. And so that's probably the easiest framework to be basing it off, because it is the most accessible to the most people. It's the easiest for people to understand. And yeah, it's one of those that I think is probably the simplest to go by. Right. I was wondering if it's best to burn a protection ward on a new moon, given that it's an Aries new moon and Aries season at the same time. I mean, it would be an ideal time. It depends on what you're planning on protecting against. So, especially with the Aries new moon and Aries season, you are looking at the clearing out of things that are stopping you from being able to reach your full potential, drive towards your passions, focus on your goals. And the problem with that, especially with the strong Aries energy, is that it can become very, very overwhelming. It can feel like your entire life is being ripped apart. And that's not necessarily something that people really want to be dealing with. It really forces you to be raw and to be simple. And by that, I mean that it will strip away the things that make you feel safe and secure. And so if you're planning on sort of dampening that energy a little bit, limiting it, giving yourself a little bit of protection and shielding from things like these energies that are going to be influencing, then it's really an ideal time to be doing that, because this can be really, really intense. And it's not likely going to be for everybody. Some people are going to love it. Some people are going to hate it. And so generally, I think that the new moons are a great time to be protecting things, especially if you don't want to be losing certain things or having certain things that are already going through transformation be further impacted. Right. What do we have here? Oh, yes, I've spoken about this one before, and actually in the Ancestor work video that I have, we did touch on this topic. What are your thoughts on those of us who are adopted when things come around to ancestor work? Are there differences between bloodline and adopted line? Words. I think it's very important that when we perceive ancestors, we are not perceiving them in the more modern sense. So when we're thinking historically, ancestors were those that came before. They were the other members of communities that had passed on. And I think that comes down to the way that our social structure kind of works now. A lot of people, especially in the West, have family, that's their community. Family, friends, that's it. But historically speaking, ancestors were those who were part of your life that have moved on. And it didn't necessarily have to be direct blood relations. They were people of significance to the community, to your life, that are no longer with them. And so I think that's a really nice way of looking at ancestors. An ancestor doesn't have to be somebody that you are blood related to. An ancestor could be a family friend that you called an aunt even though they weren't related to you in any way, shape or form, but they shaped who you are as a person and they changed your perspective of the world, and they are as important to you, if not more important to you, than a blood relative that you never ever met. So there's the known dead really incorporate those people who shaped us. And that could be shaping us in a biological sense, the people that gave us our genetics, that gave us our characteristics. But that also applies to the people who made us who we are today. The people who cared for us, the people who put a roof over our heads and housed us and loved us, even though they were not related to us in any way. They could be friends, they could be family members, they could be people who just cared for us for a small amount of time. They can still be considered ancestors because they make up who you are. And it's very much that the sentiment of found family. It's not always about people who are blood related, because when we're doing ancestor work, you might find that your 3 times removed great aunt is technically blood related. They're technically an ancestor. But they're not going to work with you because you have no idea who they are. They don't know who you are. They've never seen you before. They're not going to connect with you the same way as your adopted father's mother would. You know, your grandmother is going to connect with you much, much more than your blood grandmother that didn't even know who you were, that didn't connect with you in any way, shape or form. And so I think that it's much more important to connect with who we are and who made us, and not the people that we are meant to call family, like blood relations. And this also applies to the known dead and the unknown dead. So there are lots and lots of relations in the known dead that aren't necessarily going to be blood related. The unknown dead are more the ones that are going to be linked through culture and through bloodline. So they're the people who created you because they had to exist. They are more the ones that need to be blood related, whereas the known dead can be anybody that made you who you are. I hope that made sense. But that entire video sort of goes into the known and unknown and how to deal with different aspects of ancestor work. Right. Did you finish Witchcraft for Wayward Girls? Thoughts? I'm a few chapters in. I haven't finished it yet. Okay, I got distracted. I found another book on, I think it was TikTok, like Book Talk. Somebody was like, this book contains this and this and this. And I was like, oh, that looks good. So I got that on Kindle and I read it all really, really fast. And then at the end of the book, they were like, oh, if you liked that book, you'll like this one. And so I started reading that one too. Yeah, I think my problem is, okay, Witchcraft for Wayward Girls is one of those books that everybody's like, you have to read it. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's so good. And I can guarantee it probably will be amazing. And I will I will finish it. I just struggle when things take a while to like get going. And so I started it thinking, oh, this is going to be so good. I think this is going to be great. And then I started getting angry. And then I started getting angrier. I have very visceral reactions to characters. If there's a character I hate, I feel it to my bones. So it was a very slow start, and there were a lot of characters that I really didn't like. And because of that, I went, I'll pick it up later. It's been like a month and a half and I haven't picked it up again. But I will finish it because I have it on my Kindle still and I will get round to it. But let me know if anybody has read it. How long does it take to start like picking up? Because I struggle when I'm like chapter after chapter after chapter and I haven't got to like anything really interesting. I really, really struggle. I like super fast-paced books that grab my attention because I struggle to focus. Right. Do you have... I haven't answered this one. Okay, that's fine. Do you have any magical suggestions for someone who struggles with rigidity but thrives in creative spaces? I enjoy knitting as it creates a meditative space for me. I would say try not to force yourself into rigidity. I've been known to do that. It doesn't work. I don't do well with having to do things. I'm fine with like things for a certain amount of time. So like spirit work, I'm fine with because usually it's for 7 days or for 3 days or, you know, for 2 weeks. And it's got like a very short time frame. I'm not the kind of person to have large amounts of rigidity because I know that I'm going to struggle with it in the long run. So it's very much about grouping things together in a way that makes sense to you. And that might sound really kind of vague, but if you know that you need to do a cleanse, but you struggle with doing personal cleanses because it feels like a chore to do things in the same order every single time, I would then incorporate it into something that you find engaging and something that you find fun as a way of still adding that creativity into that. So you want to do a cleanse. So create a magical bath situation where you can allow your creativity to flow a little bit. If you know that you need to be doing some meditation, incorporate that meditation into something like the knitting, incorporate it into something that is a little bit more engaging as a way of grouping things together. So you are still performing it regularly, but it doesn't feel like it has rigidity to it. If you know that you want to be manifesting a particular goal, do it whilst you're cooking or baking. There's plenty of ways that we can sort of incorporate something creative into our spell work and ritual to make it feel less like a chore. And I find that to be the most successful for me in terms of being able to get things done, because I struggle with putting off tasks. I struggle really bad with it. The task will take me like 5 minutes, but I will put it off for like 2 months. And so I find that if I'm incorporating things together, it makes it so much easier. So yeah, as well, knitting and not magic go well together. Joe's right on that. What else have we got? Art, painting. You want to get rid of somebody. You want to get rid of some energy. Really aggressively sketch something on top of them. If you want to charge something with, I'm thinking how we would do this. Courage. Let's go with courage. You need courage for something at work. And you find that sitting down and doing the spell and ritual and casting the circle is a bit too tedious. Write courage on a piece of paper, draw a lion over the top of it, carry that with you, charge that with your energy. It is about taking the formality out of it, I find, that adds some excitement in that allows you to do things over and over and over and over and over again without them getting tedious. Oh, what have we got here? Thank you so much, Darth Willow. I'm inspired by the Babas of Bulgaria, like Baba Vanga and Baba Yaga for that matter. Oh, I've been so interested in looking into Baba Yaga. I have been seeing the house on the chicken legs imagery everywhere this week. Like, every time I open something, it's there. And guaranteed, that's probably because I stopped and looked at it the first time. But I am fascinated by it. So if anybody has any recommendation on books for Baba Yaga specifically, I would be very interested to check a few out and see. Right, let's have a look. See. Oh, I just noticed that you have a Take Me Back to Eden Sleep Token album. What's your favourite song by them? Missing Limbs and The Offering are my favourites. I really love The Offering. Actually, oh, damn it. I deleted my Spotify off this. Damn it. I'm going to go on YouTube. I prefer, I'm not as much of a fan of the new album, to the point where I don't even have it, which is why I don't remember the name of it. But I will be honest and say that the one song on the new album that I'm obsessed with is Caramel. And at first I hated it, but my boyfriend was playing it loads and then it got so catchy and I'm like, oh, I quite like this. I like this. But otherwise it's the Summoning and Chokehold are the two that I play more than anything else. But there is one on, which one is it? Oh my goodness. It's beautiful. I need to see if I can find what it is. Oh goodness. It is the most beautiful song. I'll just grab it. I'll just go and get it so that I know what it is. What do we have here? Take Me Back to Eden. That's the one I couldn't remember the name for. That one is just, I could have that on repeat all day, every day, and I would never get tired of it. It is just absolutely beautiful. Such a gorgeous song. But yeah, I need to get the other albums, but oh, they're so expensive. So eventually, and then I'm going to get some frames, but have you seen, anybody who's interested in these things, some people probably don't care, have you seen those frames where they pop open at the front? So they're specifically designed for the vinyl records. So you can display them on a wall. And then when you want to actually listen to the album, you can pop the front open while keeping the frame on the wall to take the record out and put a new one in. Genius. I need to get like 12 of them. Because I just want like a wall over here of just different records. Because I have AM from Arctic Monkeys. And I have, my memory is not great. I'm going to be honest, my memory is shit. What's my favourite album of all time? I can't help it, okay? I'm a small emo teenager at heart. I cannot help it, okay? That was like the gateway drug to me becoming weird. Oh, I'll be honest, my record player is so bad. I got like one of the really, really bad, the ones they tell you not to get. A Crosley. They tell you not to get them because they're apparently really, really bad. But you know what? They were pretty affordable. And so I got one because I'm like, I want to know how much I'm actually going to use it. And if I use it loads, then I'll upgrade onto something better quality. But for now, I'll stick with that, I think. Right, let's have a look. Have you tried the Marseille tarot deck? Well, tarot cards. I haven't, but I see them all the time. But I've never given them a go myself. Maybe I'll have to because I keep seeing them. And I need to try them, but I love my Rider-Waite so much. Like, you will have to prise that out of my cold, dead hands. Please don't, actually. But I just love the original Rider-Waite Smith deck so, so much that it's going to be very difficult for anything else to compete. Like, we just got in an entire new order of tarot decks for the website. And if anybody's interested, I will be adding those to the website in the next couple of days. But we have just a whole new order in and I'm like, oh my God, this one's beautiful. This one's gorgeous. Oh, I need to keep these for myself. And then I went, but if I was torn between using this deck or the Rider-Waite Smith, what would I choose? I would probably choose the Rider-Waite Smith. I'm like perpetually in that situation at the minute. So I might have to add the Marseille one day. I'm going to need more questions about this, which is, what's your opinion on vampire magic? What are we referring to when it comes to vampire magic? Because there's lots of different things that people will use to kind of describe there's lots of different things that people will use vampire magic as the title for. So I've known some people use it for blood magic, and I've known people use it for energy leeching off people. So yeah, before I answer that, I suppose I would need to know what sort of thing are we talking about when it comes to vampire magic. My website is thewitchesheart.co.uk. Multiple witches, one heart. It's linked in the description of all of my videos. But yeah, that's my website. That's what we do there. But yeah, it's I've not updated it in a while. I've photographed loads of stock today, so my camera is full of photos that I need to go in and edit. Ooh. I'm drawing my own tarot cards on my tablet with the hopes of sending the pictures to be made into actual cards. Any tips? Ooh. My biggest tip generally from getting stuff printed, just from doing the merch, is always double, triple, quadruple check the sizing and the pixel count that you're going to need before you fully make everything. Because I had this problem. I had the design that I'm still using, the initial time that I created it, I didn't create it with a high enough pixel count. And I then couldn't scale it up because it was just too small, because it's so much easier to scale something down from being big than scale it up from being small. And I had to redraw the entire design again to fit what I needed. So biggest piece of advice is just to double, triple, quadruple check that the size that you are creating is going to be usable by the printers for the size that you want to make. Because it's so heartbreaking when you have to redesign everything all over again. So, yeah, probably the only big thing that I would say. And also, chrome edges are beautiful. You know, the gilded edges. If you can find somebody that does gilded edges, I'm a sucker for them. I'm sure so many other people are a sucker for them, where they see a gilded edge and they're like, oh, I'll have one of those, please. Have you read the Hellebore magazine? No, I haven't actually. I've seen a lot of people talking about it over the years, but I've never read it. Let me just check if it's the one I'm thinking of. God, I'm so slow at typing with one hand. Oh, it is the one I'm thinking of, the folk horror. No, I've never read it, and I feel like I should, though I have heard great things about the Occult Britain books. And by the looks of it, yeah, the Hellebore Guide to Occult Britain, I've heard so much good about that book. So I'd be tempted to check that out and then, like, maybe have a look at some other things as well. Right. Da-da-da. What is that? Oh, Reflection from Mulan. I've not watched that in like 15 years. I don't know. Somebody in the chat, I swear, somebody watching this is currently watching Mulan, or they're singing along to Reflection, because I don't know where that just came from. I've heard when it comes to manifesting that focusing on wanting keeps you from getting it, because it's telling the universe your energy is one that doesn't have it, so you won't get it. Okay, so this is very much the distinction between manifestation and witchcraft, and it's a very, very, very important one. Manifestation works on the principle. Okay, firstly, Manifestation is a form of magical practice, but it is not witchcraft. Just as witchcraft is a form of magical practice, but it is not manifestation. You can cross the two over, but they are not one and the same unless you kind of combine them together, right? So in manifestation, they work on the principle that you have to act as though you already have something. You act as though you already have £10 million, so the energy knows where to go. Like attracts like. But in witchcraft, that doesn't always work depending on what you are doing. The best example I can give is that if I came to my spirits, my deities, my servitors that I work with and said, I would like I have £10,000. They'd go, okay, and I have £10,000. And they're like, okay, your point, you're telling me that you have something. What do you want me to do about it? My spirits, my servitors, my deities, the entities that I work with, they have nothing to do if I'm acting like I already have it. Because if I already have it, what am I asking them to do? Whereas instead, if you're working with spirits and you're working with servitors, deities and the like, it's easier to say, I would like to be able to achieve this. Would you be able to aid me in achieving this? And they'll go, yes, thank you. You've given me something to do. Whereas if I came to my familiars and my spirits and went, I have £10,000, they'd be like, okay, what do you want? Well, if you already have it, why would I help you? Because you already have it. So do you have it or do you not have it? Because I'm confused. So it's very much going to depend on your style of working. If you are doing the vision boards, if you are doing the manifestation, if I act like I have something, I already have it, then that is a fantastic way of manifesting. But if you are working with any kind of spirits, I often find it's easier to aid in achieving something because it gives them a direction to follow. So it's down to the individual which one you prefer to do. I know that the majority of people that I speak to in the majority of books talk about acting as though you already have something. I've tried both methods. So I've done some trial and error myself, and I have not found that the manifestation wording works for my style of practice. So if you have a similar practice to me, which is very tradcraft, folk magic, spirit-based, the manifestation wording might not work for you in the way that you're hoping. So it might be worth trying the request for aid option, as that could work, as it does for me, a little bit better. It's not that one is bad or that one is right and one is wrong. It's just who you work with and how you work is going to change the outcome for that. Yeah, that is exactly it, Angel Delaney. Is I have 10k and the spirits are like, okay, good for you. Because it would be like, maybe this is a way of explaining it in a way, but it's like going to a shop assistant and saying, I have 10 apples. And they're like, okay, why are you talking to me? And you're like, I have 10 apples. And they're like, okay, and whereas if you were to say to them, do you know where the apples are? They'd be like, oh yeah, they're over here. They're on aisle B or something. And so it's, if you're working individually, I have is quite useful. If you're working externally with other things, I would like is maybe an easier way of wording it. Why do I now have the Alton Towers song in my hand? Okay. What do spirit guides do with their lives? Are they with me and somewhere else at the same time? Yes and no, because the spirit guides are usually not here. So the best way I can describe it is we are here and spirits are here. So they are not in all of the time, but they can come and go, but they are close to. So therefore, it is easier for them to influence. but they are not present all of the time. So spirit guides are aware, especially if they're actively working with you. So if you actively have a connection with them, it's like they are present and they are aware. So they have a pager. They have a pager for when you need assistance, like they're aware of you, but they are not necessarily floating around you all of the time. If that makes sense. So they have their own lives and they do their own thing, but because they are linked to you, they are able to recognize when you need assistance, when you need them to be present, and they're able to be in that space when you need them to be. Actually, that's a lovely way of wording it. Sorry, this goes back to the last question. But if you don't work with spirits, like where you are requesting their aid, Rat 3866 has said, rather than I would like or I have, I personally prefer I'm bringing in. That's a really nice way of doing it. Because I mostly work with spirits, I'm often asking for assistance, requesting things. But if you're just doing your spells and rituals yourself, the I'm bringing in is a really good way of doing it, because it doesn't tell the universe that you already have it. Because if you do that, in some cases, the universe goes, well, if you have it, why would I give it to you again? Whereas the I'm bringing in is you are setting that intention. You are stating what it is that you are going to have because you are bringing it, which means it's already on its way to you. It's just not got to you yet. But you aren't necessarily requesting it and you aren't stating that you already have it. It's like that really nice happy medium. Oh, I like that. If you aren't just working directly with spirits. I like that. Okay, where was I? Ooh, interesting. Okay. Do you have any advice on how to start spiritual alchemy, such as enchanting your name when someone speaks to you? It does, or brings in XYZ. Oh, okay. In general, the spiritual alchemy is it's overwhelming. There's a lot going on there. But this specific one about enchanting your name, that one I can do. So it's obviously going to depend on the way that you choose to work. I can only really explain the ways that I would go about doing this. But the goal with this is probably for a set amount of time. A triggers B, right? So we essentially need to be making a pathway where when A happens, B happens. But we're not going to want it to be all of the time. Therefore, I would go for something like a sigil. So we're going for an object that is going to be triggering the A to B. I don't know if this is making it. I'm basically trying to formulate this working like as we're going here. This is like just like my live thought process. So say we want this to be happening till we tear something up. We're going to want to be using a piece of paper for this. So a piece of paper, it's accessible. Most people are able to get hold of it. So we're going to want a piece of paper and we're going to want a pen. We're going to want to be utilizing the full name, or utilizing the name that people would be working with. So I suppose just the name that you would go by the most. So if the people that are going to speak your name the most don't necessarily use a nickname, you're going to want like your full name. If people are going to use a nickname, then you can just use a nickname. Nickname, tag lock, date of birth, full name, maybe even written on the back of the piece of paper. So you have your name on the front, your full name and tag lock, date of birth written on the back. So it's not just anybody's name. It has to be your name that is triggering all of this. You can create a sigil out of the letters of your name, the name that you are using. That is then going to represent what it is they are going to be speaking. So you could draw a sigil on the front of that piece of paper that is your name sigilized, and then the tag lock, so the full name, date of birth written on the back. Over the top of that, you're going to want to write what you would like to happen. So I would probably flip it upside down. So you're now writing over the top the opposite way, and write down what it is that you would like to achieve. So whenever this name is spoken, prosperity becomes abundant in my life. Something, whatever it is that you want to achieve. And then you're going to want to charge that with a lot of energy, probably repeatedly, like over and over and over a course of several weeks or months. You're going to want to be coming back and recharging it regularly. so that you are triggering an A to B reaction. So this is now linked to your name. You've used the tag lock, which ties it to you. The sigil is then a representation of the word that they are going to be speaking. And then you've added your intention into it. As long as it stays charged, that working is still going. But when it's done with and you don't want to use it anymore, you can rip it up. That's going to dispel any of the extra energy that gets caught into it. And then that can then just be disposed of. That's probably the way that I would go about it, just with the techniques that I particularly enjoy working with. But there's probably so many other ways of doing it. That's just the default one, that if I were to be doing that working for myself, like right this second, that would be how I would be doing it. So it's an option. Probably not the only one out there. Definitely not the only one out there. But just to give maybe some ideas for how you could go about doing that, I wouldn't necessarily have this be something that is a permanent thing. I'd have to have it in a way that is at least semi-permanent, so that if you decide you want to change the intention or you don't want that to be happening anymore, you are able to dismantle that really, really easily. Right. Oh, thank you so much, Joe. Thank you so much. I genuinely appreciate that so much. Your life working has triggered slight abundance. Thank you so much. Yes, see, that's another good way of doing it. You can enchant an object to be triggered by your name. I like that. That's another good way of doing it. And that one's a little bit more of it's attached to you all of the time, so it's being charged constantly with your energy, so you don't have to keep recharging it. Oh, I like that one as well. Yeah, I like that. So, I missed one here. How do you undo a come to me candle spell that involves the come to me candle, discharge, and hair? Ooh, okay. So this one would be, I have done an entire video on this, so if you do want to check that out, I know that is already sort of said all of that. This one would probably be a wait it out kind of a situation, because if, say, you're using a come to me candle, for instance, like a novena candle, 7-day candle, there's not really going to be that much left that that you can be working with. With any candle spell, there's not really that much that you can be working with. But any kind of candle spell has a time limit on it. Not necessarily, how would I best describe this? There's only so much energy that you can put into a single candle. And so as long as that's not linked to any other source of energy, it's eventually going to run out. And you basically need to be playing the long ball on this. You need to be doing workings that are going to counter what that spell is meant to be doing. And sometimes undoing spells is less about undoing and more about mitigating the outcome of that spell. A lot of spells you can do backwards and you can undo them. You can dismantle the objects that you've used. But with something that has been burned up, like hair, like a candle, it's more likely than not that you are going to have to counter that working with other workings. So if you've done a come to me working, I'm assuming, given the context, with an individual person in mind, you are going to want to be stopping that person from coming to you. Therefore, you're going to want protections against this person. You are going to want perhaps some shielding workings that are going to limit how much they can engage with you. Workings that are going to be actively pushing them away. So banishing style workings to remove them from your life. Essentially to wait out the duration of the initial working, which the energy will fade out. It depends on the size of the candle. Big candles, you could be looking at a couple of months, 2-3 months. Little candles, maybe like a couple of weeks. It really depends on the size of the working and the amount of energy that went into it. But if nothing so far has happened, you might be okay with just some cleansing of the space and protection. If you are noticing things happening that are stronger and maybe it's not been that long yet, Then it's a case of cleansing the environment, cleansing away any objects that were used in that spell, cleansing yourself, cleansing your home, protection workings, and maybe banishing workings. Because what you're essentially attempting to do isn't to stop the working in its tracks. You're going to have to wait for it to run out, but you're trying to balance it out. So instead of the working being all the way up here in its energy and you're just having to deal with it, you're instead going to try and counter it. So instead of the banishing being 100% and the come to me working being 100%, instead you're sitting kind of in the middle where you've sort of negated both of those workings. So it's a balancing act and it takes a little bit of practice, but cleansing the objects from that working, removing those objects once they've been cleansed if there is anything left, and then doing your protections, your banishings as required. Start with a protection, move on to a banishing if necessary, to try and dispel any of that energy that might still be lingering in that space and that still might be having an influence. Okay, let's have a look-see. Where am I? How long did you study witchcraft before doing your first spell? This is one where it's basically impossible for me to answer it. It is the most annoying response I could give, I know. But whilst I have been actively practicing for a couple of decades, I was practicing beforehand, but I wouldn't consider it to be active. So I didn't know what I was doing. It was very passive. It was, I do this and I do this and I do this and I get a magical result. Therefore, I will keep doing this and this and this and I will keep getting a magical result. And that's exactly what happened. I was performing ritual and doing things in certain orders in certain ways at certain times, and it would give me a result. And therefore, I would keep doing them. And it was only later when I realised what I was doing had a name. At the time, I thought it was Wicca, but that's library books for you. So I don't really have an answer because I don't remember a time when I wasn't doing. I just didn't know that I was doing until much, much later. But in terms of like active practice, I went through a phase where I was reading all of these books and I wasn't reading anything that I was already doing. So I knew that what I was doing was Wicca, modern witchcraft as I thought it was at the time. But the techniques that I was using weren't the same. And so I worked on the principle that, well, the books are from people who actually know what they're talking about and I don't know what I'm doing. Therefore, I will not do what I was doing. And instead, I will completely go on to other things. And from that point, it was probably a couple of years till I started doing active ceremonial Wiccan ritual. And then I started sort of going down that avenue until much later and decided it wasn't for me. So the answer is kind of complicated, is honestly what I'm trying to say, because it depends on sort of the category that we're talking about here. But not long, I don't think. It wasn't like... I wouldn't necessarily consider the couple of years to have been not practicing at all. If we're going from when I discovered Wicca, I think I was starting with energy work pretty soon in because I was already experienced with it. But if we're talking full ritual, it was probably a couple of years till I started doing full ceremonial deep dive rituals with the guardians of the watchtowers and the god and the goddess. That took me a good couple of years. But for like basic energy work and sort of average practice, not that long, but that's because I had the experience beforehand. Oh, thank you so much, Longtooth Greybeard. Thank you so much. And I always appreciate you coming on and chatting and sending messages and just being here. I really appreciate that. Okay, let's have a look-see. What do you think about Fairy Witchcraft by Morgan? I really love Morgan Dharma's work. I don't necessarily agree with everything from a personal perspective, but that's all it is. You know, it's personal perspective. I don't think there's any book that I've ever read where I've gone, oh my goodness, I agree with that 100%, you know? But I do find that of all of the books on fairy magic, if there's any author that I think is the most consistent, it is Morgan. And because of that, I feel fairly comfortable saying that this book is probably going to be really good when they come out with another one, because more likely than not, that book is going to be really good. There's some books in my collection that I I don't like when it comes to fairy magic and fairy witchcraft, because they aren't fairy magic and they aren't fairy witchcraft. But Morgan's are not those. Have you done or ever? I know I've already said this, but I'm gonna do like a pop-up question so it can pop up again. Have you ever done or would you ever do a video in depth comparing and contrasting the history of witchcraft practices in the US and the UK? And yes, and I'm saying it again so I can remind myself that I really need to write it down, because there are so many differences, especially going back. I think that's that's a really interesting point in time, like going like way back. Hurry up and write your book so we can all agree 100%. Oh, the problem is I hate everything that I've written so far. And I feel like the longer I'm taking, the more books coming out are like covering the same topics. And I'm like, well, there's no point in me releasing it now. Somebody else has already done it. I'll just put it on the back burner and just never finish it. And yeah, I feel like the entire book is just nonsense that has come out of my brain, is how I feel like most of the time. And I think that's what's stopping me from like properly diving in, is that I feel like it's literally just nonsense out of my brain. But it's like nonsense that I find really useful personally. I know perfection is impossible. What is it that there's a YouTuber that I watch, and I forget what the entire phrase is, but at the start of all of his videos he's like, perfection doesn't exist. And I really need to remind myself of that perfection doesn't exist, but I want perfection. I want it to be perfect. It has to be perfect. If it is not perfect, it is worthless. I was a very overachieving child. You might it has been drilled into me. So I know I need to pull my finger out and I need to do it. I'm like 70,000 words in. At this point I may as well just finish it. But the problem is, Joe, the entire book is going to be a tangent. It's me talking, literally, no joke, it's me talking about a topic. And then I go, I remember, okay, this is just a great example of my writing, okay. So I went, I stayed in Wales for a couple of days, and I was going to write over those few days. I started talking about a topic, got so distracted, I went on a 3-day deep dive into a worm from a particular script from medieval Ireland, and spent 3 days writing like 10,000 words on a worm. And never did what I was meant to be doing. So there's this entire section on a worm that I'll be honest, is probably not going to make it into the final cut, but I spent 3 days deep diving into it. So I think I must be buff. Like, I think we all must just be collectively the same person. So honestly, the book might just be a collection of my random tangents. Of me just going, oh my god, this topic reminded me of this, which then reminded me of this, which reminded me of the connections between the sections is tenuous at best. It's me looking at, like, I find like a single reference that references something really, really niche, and then that book references something else really, really niche, and then there's like a 5-page tangent. But then I've been told, don't edit anything, just write, edit it afterwards. So that's what I think I'm going to have to do. Just see what makes it into the final cut. Right. That's true. Alice in Wonderland is a trip and a half. So if that has done well, I can always give it a go. Right, let's have a look, see. Ooh. I'd probably be really into learning about a worm deep dive, but that's probably me being a weirdo. Honestly, it was so fascinating. Right, okay, the reference for how this, okay, I need to go into the reference so you don't think I'm insane. So I was trying to find a reference for the reason why a particular plant was used in a particular way. And then sent me to a book, which then sent me to an article, which then referenced another book, which then referenced a manuscript. And then I started reading the entirety of this bloody manuscript. And then I found the one section about a worm. And it's not worm like cute little wiggly worm. We're talking like worm, W-Y-R-M, worm. Like worm. And then the tangent began, didn't it? And then and then before you know it, you're 3 days writing deep into a worm you weren't even meant to be writing about. But alas, that is how it goes. Right, I asked about an energy dead zone a while ago. You wanted more info. The land was a cattle ranch, grain storage. The builders used dynamite. Oh, well, that would be why. To destroy the land and build a community on top. Yeah, that would be why. Yeah. There's always a reason. So for anybody who is kind of curious as to what like an energy dead zone is, it's a location where there is no energy. And that might sound really mundane, but places having no energy is really, really unusual. There's usually something there. You can usually feel the spirit of place. You can usually feel nature spirits. You can feel the trees and the grass and the land, and there's something there. And an energy dead zone, I have something in my eye and I'm trying so hard to get it out. It's failing me. An energy dead zone is basically where there's a void. And if you've ever walked into a dead zone, it is the most disturbing energy ever, because the natural world isn't meant to be a dead zone. It's meant to be full of energy. And when you walk into one, it is deeply, deeply, deeply unsettling. And they're usually caused by something. And this very much seems to be the something in question. So if somebody has used something so destructive as dynamite to basically obliterate an area, it can completely kill the energetic structure there, because land wights don't appreciate their land being destroyed, but they also aren't always strong enough or willing enough to cause that much problem to fight back again. They might just move somewhere else. So there's no land wight there anymore. The nature spirits have had all of the natural world destroyed, and they've all decided that it's not worth their time and they've vacated. The elementals have gone with them because they're just not interested. And in the process, you've also managed to piss off and destroy everybody that has ever been buried there, which is honestly a very, very impressive thing to happen. But it does make a lot of sense. If an area has been so totally desecrated that dynamite has been used to even destroy the land itself, to rip away its energy to that totality, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me that there's an energy dead zone there. Usually dead zones are caused by destruction, or they're caused by another spirit coming in and getting rid of all of the other spirits. And yeah, I don't know if there's much fixing that, to be honest. I feel like once it's a dead zone to that extent, you're going to really struggle to have spirits want to come back into that space. I'm pretty sure I have a slight dead zone in my house or something. The energy has always been super eerie but neutral. The only room with energy is mine, and it's very, very cozy and calming and nice. Ooh, okay, so I suppose that my experience with a dead zone is you walk in and it's empty, but how would I best describe this? It's empty to the point where it's panic inducing, because as people, we are used to there being things around us. And I suppose the best way of maybe describing it is it's akin to being prey. You're a prey animal and everything suddenly goes silent. There's no birds, no one's moving, the wind isn't even blowing, everything is so quiet, and all of a sudden you realize that you are the loudest thing in this space And if anything was out to get you, they can hear you from a mile off. That's what being in an energy dead zone to me feels like. It is like you are the only thing living in this entire environment, and suddenly all eyes are on you. And it's not a very pleasant feeling at all. And I would be interested because you've added energy into this space clearly, which means that it's a temporary dead zone. So it could be that there's been like massive cleansing of the energy on that space, like something has occurred and everything has been cleansed out. That's always an option. But I find that very interesting. This is a dead zone, perhaps, that you are able to add in again. And we've got Spider Pig now. No, to be fair, Spider Pig is in my usual music rotation, so I'm not I'm not even going to argue with that one. Is there a picture or a piece of art that draws you in a magical sense? Yes, and it is probably one of the most generic things that I could say. And that is Ophelia. But when I see Ophelia, the painting with the lady like this, I don't know why, but for me that very much feels like Elfame. But not Elfame. It feels like, well, that's the thing. It's Renaissance religious art as a whole has this vibe to it, where it feels liminal. And Ophelia in particular, to me, feels incredibly liminal. It feels like a transition from the physical plane to Elfame. And it always has had that weirdly ethereal, otherworldly quality to it. And I think it's also the colours that help with that. I've, you know when people say that as they get older, the world has become less colourful? I've never experienced that. And so I like seeing paintings that have this sort of vibrant quality to them, and it never seems to fade over time. It gives me this like otherworldly quality. And as always, anything created by Brian Froud has this same quality to me. It's very visceral in its depiction of the world of Fae, and it's very authentic. And so immediately, if I know I always mention it, but if anybody has the chance to watch the documentary with Jonathan Roth's Myths and Legends, there was an episode where he went to visit Brian Froud, and you can see him work, and he starts with the eyes. And I think that's very interesting because the eyes are often the first thing that people see when it comes to the fair folk, is the eyes appear first. And then the rest of the fair folk comes out of the paper. And it's more like he's channeling a spirit than creating a fictional character. And I think watching him work only further cements the authenticity of what he does. What I will say though is I've just typed in Brian Froud into Ecosia, and that's AI, and that's AI, and that's AI, and that's AI. And it seems like his work is being fed into AI generation. And that sucks because Brian Froud's work, as soon as it is shoved into AI, just loses all of its spirit. I hate it when they do that. I wish people would stop doing that. But yeah, it's there's something about his work that just catches me every single time. Thanks for your opinion and the conversation as someone who's adopted and doesn't know birth family. When bloodline ancestral work comes up, could bloodline be coming through even without actually knowing them? Oh yes, definitely. So they would be what's known as the unknown dead. So for a lot of people, the unknown dead are those that came before so long ago that there's no memory of who they are. So you don't know a name, you don't know their face, you wouldn't know them from Joe. Sorry, Joe, that's general turn of phrase. It's it's one of those categories of spirits that is very hazy, because they are people that maybe know you, but you have no idea who they are. And they might be people from 500 years ago, or they might be people from 20 years ago. And as somebody who is adopted, you might find that there are people coming through and you would have no idea who they are, but maybe they only died 5-6 years ago. But they may still come through to you if they were perhaps quite spiritual in life. If this is something they were quite interested in, they are more likely to be coming through than somebody who is totally in opposition to this. So it's definitely something that can happen. They are difficult to work with if you are not particularly sensitive to spirits, because it's hard to get answers about who they are. If they're the known dead, it's far easier because you know their name, then you know their face, you know their life, their story. The unknown dead are a little bit more difficult, so it's worth going for generic offerings if you're going to be giving any, and just working slowly to build that connection. This is a really interesting question. Now, I'm going to be very careful with how I word this, but would locations of extreme trauma, let's go with that, be a dead zone? No. And I think that's some of the hardest bits of places that have seen horrific trauma, like, in this case, Auschwitz. A lot of sensitive people can't go to places of war, of disease. A lot of very sensitive people can't go into hospitals. They can't go to sites of battles. And especially such horror as this that happened so recently. There's a lot there energy-wise, and there's a lot of trauma. And I don't think that would leave a dead zone. I think that would be I've known people who've gone, who aren't that sensitive, who say that the energy is really, really difficult it's difficult to deal with, especially with it being so recent. For something so horrific to have happened within living memory is something that leaves a wound that doesn't go away. And even locations that experienced horror hundreds of years ago, there are still people sensitive and not sensitive today that can't go into them. It leaves a wound there. Yeah, it's like a recording. It's like it's in the foundation of the place. And even places where battles have taken place 1,000 years ago, there's still wounds of that in the land. It's like it's written, carved into the place. Even when everything else is gone, that wound still stays. Usually, for dead zones, it's destruction of the land through greed or through hatred, but not necessarily the destruction of people. It's more people coming in and digging up historical grave sites and displacing that land that causes a dead zone, rather than the death of people. That usually causes something that is much more long-lasting. Let's have a look-see. How is your novel coming along? You know what? It's actually doing really, really well. I need to piece together these big scenes section now, which is probably the hardest bit to be honest, but so far really happy with it. I will eventually get onto the actual book, but for now I'm really enjoying writing the novel. I love getting lost in worlds. And so this is a world that I'm really enjoying getting lost into. Right, let's have a look. See. Have you seen the candles that have a pink or green flame? The brand is Avaya. I use them and they are perfect for witchcraft. Oh, I have seen them and I think they are really interesting. I love the mix of chemistry and witchcraft. I always think that's so cool. Science and witchcraft coming together, I think is awesome. I've never used any myself, but I do think they could be very interesting to work with, especially if you are wanting to work with this specific the specific minerals, metals, the chemical makeup that is giving them the coloured flame. I think that would be really, really cool because metals do have their place in witchcraft. I think I included it in the ring magic video where I spoke about the different magical properties of metals. So you can work with copper in your witchcraft and you can incorporate that into the workings by utilising the candle with the copper to make the coloured flame. So cool. And I might take you up on that, Joe. I think that would be really, really cool. I'm not close to being done yet, but I am at a point where I feel like the story can power itself now. It's a case of filling in the blanks and making sure everything makes sense. Oh, that would be so good. Thank you so much, Iz. But yeah, it's getting there. And then I came up with another story idea, didn't I? So then I started writing that. And then I came up with another story idea and then I started writing that. I don't know. I have a creative imagination. Some might say that I'm away with the fairies, but I consider that to be a good thing. I have to. Right. How to banish if you have the entities that you work with in that room. Ooh. Okay. So, obviously it's going to depend on the kind of banishing that you're doing. The first thing that you could do is request that those entities not be in the room. That is probably the easiest and the first option. The second option would for it to be a very specific banishing, which is designed for a specific person rather than an all-around banishing that's more like an extra strong cleansing. So we're talking more about a banishing that's designed to target a specific person utilizing tag locks as a way of directing that energy towards the entity and or person that is meant to be banished. If you're doing a targeted banishing, there shouldn't be much of a problem of having other spirits in the room because it's not going to affect them because they are not associated with the tag lock. Only the personal spirit that is aimed at. It's probably the easiest way to work around it if you need those spirits in that room to help you with that working. So if they are the spirits that you work with when it comes to spells and rituals and raising energy, it makes sense for them to be present, but obviously that would mean that you need a more targeted working. What is a stang used for? Is it used for different purposes than a wand? And do you have to use one? Or do you have or use one? So the easiest distinction that I can make is that a wand is typically used in Wicca and a stang is typically used in traditional witchcraft. There can be crossovers, but you don't have to have one or either. A stang is typically used in a slightly different way to a wand for most people. So it's used as a way of drawing up and directing energy, is its simplest use. And if you're using it like that, then really they are the same thing, it's just one is supersized and people will use it as a walking stick as well. But within traditional witchcraft, the stang has a very different purpose because it is almost the central figure in a large number of workings. So the stang is used not only to direct and draw up energy, it's used as a way of drawing in the sproul from the natural world. They're also used to aid in divining. You'll often see people with a forked prong on the top of it. They will place them over each eye as a form of divination. But it's also often used as an altar. So they're used as the central figure in altar spaces out and about. You will have the stang be the figurehead, basically, in that working. That is what everything is done around and focusing on, which makes it sort of a more central tool than a wand would be. But obviously not everybody is going to perform traditional witchcraft. Not everybody is going to want or have space for a stang. I have a staff in my collection. but I don't have a stang. I would love one though. Like, genuinely would absolutely love a stang. But at the minute, I haven't found one that I am particularly drawn to. And so I'll get there eventually. But I do have a staff, and I don't use that very much because it's just too big. I'm a small human. My staff is probably like 6 foot, 6'1". I'm 5'3". I am a small human, and it's too big. It's like over my head. So I really need to get a small one. In terms of the differences between them for like an average practitioner, if you want to work with energy, you can use your hands. If you really want something that will direct energy, a wand is quite sufficient, unless you know you're going to want to be utilizing the stang for its other properties. Say here, Chernobyl is another place where the energy is strong. Ooh, yeah, that does not surprise me. Yeah, in terms of like places of really strong energy, that one does not surprise me at all. I struggle. Oh, I got my stang from Boss Castle. Don't know if they still carry them. I don't know if they do. The last time I went in, sorry, I just did like 3 topics in like 5 seconds. The last time I went into the museum, they had the toppers for staffs that will make it into a stang, like the metal candle between the horns. Basically, it was a candle holder with the, you know what I mean. But they didn't have any stangs, and I would love to get one. But I need them to make short people ones. Can we start making them for like people below 6 foot? That would be great. But it's like I'm going to make my own cloak, because all cloaks that I buy are like way too long. So that's my next project. Oh, thank you so much, Darth Willow. I really appreciate it. But yeah, where was I? I was over here somewhere. Oh, okay. Here we go. Hi, Hearth. I tend to sense energy as static, if that makes sense. It does. But can't read anything from it. Spirit, elemental, etc. Any suggestions? How to determine what keeps coming into my apartment. Ooh, okay, so what I'm taking from here is that you are sensing the energy, and you can tell that something is there, but you just don't know what is there. So there's a couple of different ways of going about this, and it's going to depend on what you feel most comfortable with. So the first way of doing it is divination. So this could be looking through your dreams to start off with. Very, very simple. Looking back at dreams, writing down your dreams. Is there a particular figure that keeps appearing in your dreams? A dark, shadowy shape, or a person that keeps appearing time and time again? A small animal that might give you an indication of what's going on here. Usually if there's something malefic, it will show up in dreams as a dark, shadowy form. It will usually be chasing you or be present in all of your dreams, no matter what the context is. So if you're in a supermarket, it will be there. If you're by the beach, it will be there. And every time you try to go up to it, it will probably move slightly further away. If you are wanting to do more intensive divination, pendulums are great for this. You can use your own energy. You don't need to connect to its energy. Just use your own psychic understanding. And is there a spirit present? Yes, no. Can you show me where the spirit is and see if it will direct you around? Is it this type of spirit? Is it that type of spirit? Is it the other type of spirit? Move through different ones and see what the reactions are. You can use tarot, similar way. You can also do the gung-ho trial and error method, which I'm going to be honest and say isn't the best idea all of the time, but if you have a general idea of what it might be, it can be quite useful. So if you don't want it in your space, this is an I don't want it in this environment. Start with some iron. Put some iron in that environment. If it's still there, it's probably not going to be a fair folk. Put things out that are protective in nature in different forms and see how it reacts and doesn't react to things. That's if you don't want it to be there emphasis. Like if you want to figure out who it is and engage with it, then I would go with pendulums, go with dream work, see if you can figure it out. Have a look at the times when it arrives in your apartment. Have a look at, is it at night? Does it go through the same rooms? Is it something that's following a pattern? If it's following a pattern, it's likely a person. If it's at certain times, so certain times of the year, it gets stronger, you may well be looking at the fair folk. If you are seeing it behaving in certain ways, so you get a spike in things moving, then you might be looking at poltergeist activity. Trial and error is one of those where not everybody feels comfortable doing it, but it can be quite useful for quickly determining what it is. But maybe to start off with, stick with pendulums and divination and see what you get and then go from there. Could you explain what a druid is? Honestly, no. But that's mostly because every druid I have ever met has described themselves totally differently. Some people describe themselves as being a druid and they follow a reconstructed druidic tradition. Other people consider themselves a druid because of working with trees and the natural world. I've never met two druids that describe themselves the same way, which honestly is the exact same for being a witch, I suppose. Every witch describes themselves totally differently. But druids especially I find difficult to pin down because the term druid means something different to so many different people. For some people, they consider themselves a druid simply because of their belief system. Other people are druids because of the things that they carry out magically. Other people are druids because of the reconstructed tradition that they are following. It's a difficult one, I'm going to be really honest. So I would check out, let me just see if it's still going. Let me just double check. The Order of Bards, Ovates and Druids. It is a British neo-druid, druidic organisation. If you've ever known of Dave the Bard, Dan the Bard, he does a podcast, I believe, for OBOD. Let me just check it out and double check. So this is from their website. More about the Order of Bards, Ovates and Druids. OBOD, the Order of Bards, Ovates and Druids, is a mystery school, a community around the world who love nature and want to follow a magical, spiritual way that respects and protects the natural world in all its beauty. Members work with spiritual teachings that combine the inspiration of the ancient Druids and the old stories with contemporary scholarship and insight into the relationship between human beings and the world of plants and animals, stars and stones. On this site, you'll find hundreds of articles on druidry and druid lore, nature, spirituality, gods and goddesses, contributions from members, and much more. So it is the OBOD website. I think it's called druidry.org, and it covers so much stuff. And I believe there is a podcast, Druidcast, that's the one. And that one is run by Dave the Bard of Cauldron Born fame. If you want to go check it out, it's a fascinating podcast. I listen to it when I'm working. But that could give you a little bit more of an understanding from a member of OBOD. So I will leave that one there if you do want to go and check that out. It's worth giving it a look. And the podcasts are really interesting anyway, if you just want to go and check those out. Right. Where am I? Da, da, da. Oh, it dropped to the bottom. I'm like, I don't recognize any of these questions. And it is because it had jumped and I didn't realize it. Right. I know I did that one. Ooh. I haven't done this one. What is your favourite mixture for a house wash? It doesn't have to be just for cleansing. I'm doing a spring clean right now and I'm looking for some ideas to add some good energy into my space. Ooh, okay. So I'll be honest, I'm so predictable. Genuinely so predictable. I use the same herbs all the time because I know they work and I like working with them. So he does. Sorry, I'm going to do this one first. I just read a comment. I need to listen to that. Sorry, I'm going to go I'm going to go back and do the question. I'm really predictable. I know what I like. I know what works. We're talking spring cleanse. I always use rosemary because I just find it incredibly, it's smelly and delicious and tasty. Rose, chamomile. The rosemary will help to dislodge any unwanted energies, but in a very gentle, subtle way. It's not something that will do like a big, intensive cleanse, but it's something that's just like a little something. It also helps to add in luck as well. Rose is really good for general uplifting positive energies. It's a sweetener. It makes situations feel brighter and lighter and more friendly. Chamomile is really great for calming. It's really great for that solar energy, adding a little bit of extra positive intention into that space. And with those three, you can typically make a really nice tea-like mix that is really good for sort of uplifting energies at this time of year. So, I mean, one option, but yeah, I'm very predictable in what I use. And sorry, the comment that I read was that Dave the Bard has a new album coming out. I love his Mabinogion. Like, that entire series that he's done he's phenomenal. So I will definitely be listening to that when it comes out. Oh my goodness, past tense. It comes out 24th of April. That's so close. Okay, yeah. I want to go and see him. I think I'm going to see him in May, if I can get tickets. I'm very excited. If you ever have the chance to go and see Dave in person, please do, because his performances, there's nothing like the energy in that room. You can listen to the live shows that he does on Facebook and YouTube and all of that, and you can listen to his music online, but there is nothing like the atmosphere of in Green and Grey. I'm pretty certain it's Green and Grey, unless my memory is failing me, which it's me, so it might. There's this one section where he sings and he lays his goddess down. And obviously it's in relation to the Great Rite and, all of that stuff. And everybody in the audience just screams. It's great. Like, if anybody has a chance, you need to go. He's phenomenal. Like, my mum isn't even that interested in like this kind of music, and she's like, when's he coming again? I need to go and see him again. Because there's something just magical that happens in that room. Right. Do you think all animal bones house the particular animal's spirit? I wonder, because I don't know how the spirit of a goat whose bones I have is present in mostly the skull or in all the bones. Interesting. So this then brings me to an interesting topic of where is the seat of the soul? Because for a lot of people pre-Christianity, the seat of the soul was in the head. And that's why you would often see that the skull was stuck on spikes to ward off enemies, because the trapped soul was in the head. And so for a lot of people today, that principle still applies, that it is the head, it is the eyes that are the seat of the soul. And so the head and the skull is often what is kept as the representation of the entire being. So this is why when we're talking about the unknown dead, when we're looking at ancestor work, a skull is commonly used on altar pieces, because the skull is the seat of the soul, the eyes are the window to the soul, the mouth is for communication, and so it is considered to be the feature that is added onto an altar for the unknown dead, because it represents all people and the location of the soul. The same could apply. I don't think necessarily that all animals stay attached to their bones. A lot of them do move on. It really depends on the individual, same as with people. Some people move on, some people stay behind. But if you were going to keep any of an animal to work with them and connect with them, with their permission, obviously, I think the skull is probably the best piece to choose if you are able to. Is it required to get a tarot card deck? Oh no, not at all. Some people will only perform tarot and divination and they won't perform any other kind of witchcraft. And some people will perform witchcraft and they will never touch a tarot deck in their entire life. It's very much an individual decision as to where the person places the importance on things in their practice. And some people will just never ever get a tarot deck and that they're fine with that. Is it possible to shield like Bella Swan? I think I am, though not quite the same intensity. Yes. And it is a shield. It's exactly that. It is a temporary form of protection magic that is used to create a bubble around you, short term, to deflect emotions of other people and the energies of other people. So it is, how would I describe this? I've done a working on the channel called the 3 Rings of Protection. And it's very similar in the process of that, except instead of doing 3 sort of tunnels that go up in a straight line, you do a bubble around you. So you are basically drawing up your energy, you are centering, you are grounding, you are drawing that energy up and you are pushing it out into a circular spherical sphere, hence spherical, that goes all the way around you and you maintain it. And then when you're out of that environment, you can drop it again. And I used to do this a lot at university and college because I was really struggling with empathy. It was bombarding me all of the time and I hated it. And so I found myself putting a shield up basically all of the time. And unfortunately, I kind of did it a little bit too much. And now I've ended up not being able to see auras anymore, which is very annoying. But it's very good for temporary. I'm in a difficult situation. There's so many emotions around me. There's so many energies around me. If you're in a space that is particularly energy overwhelming, and it allows you to temporarily block that out for you or for the people around you. So yes, even though it is a film, it is based off something that we can actually utilize. Hello, I am highly sensitive and or an empath. How can I strengthen my empathic abilities even though I have ADHD and struggle with attention and distraction? Little and often, I suppose. It's a case of, if we're talking empathy, it's a case of sitting for a few minutes. Somebody walks by. What do you sense? That's it. That's all you need to do. You know what I mean? I'm not talking like intensive, like 10, 15, 20, 30 minute sessions of anything. If you're sitting having your lunch and you're eating and somebody sits at a table next to you, just push your energy out, see what they're sensing, see what they're feeling, pull it back in again, get on with your lunch. It's the regular repetition of small things that is much more valuable than really big things. And to build skills, especially within witchcraft, it's mostly about observation. It's about acknowledgement. So sense, see what you get. Doesn't matter if it's right, doesn't matter if it's wrong. It's about building that sensitivity so that you can start noticing things more readily. How do you know that the shield is kept up? I can put it up, but it's hard to tell if the shield is still up or not. Okay. This might not apply to everybody, but the way that I've always been able to tell is that the inside of the shield feels empty. Not dead. We're not talking about a dead space here, but you are going through a busy, crowded environment and nothing is coming through. You are in a little secure bubble, basically. And often I find that when that bubble is dropped, like when that shield is lowered, the energy that comes in feels different. And it's the same with a circle. I find this a lot with circle casting. When I drop the circle, the energy feels totally different to what was inside that circle. So I often find that it is the lack of change that is more significant. So if you're still noticing yourself being bombarded by the same amount of emotions as you were before, then the shield might not be quite strong enough, or it might not be quite closed enough. And then once it is closed up, it tends to feel a little bit more energetically neutral. So it's not dead, but you're not being bombarded with more. Sorry, I'm doing it again while I'm reading a question and I'm not actually saying it out loud. Okay, the empathy thing. For me, you just have hyper empathy or clairsentience, because oftentimes the people who have hurt me the most were so-called empaths. They often put down other people who do not experience empathy the same way. there are a lot of people in the magical community who do this. And I think it does extend outside of the magical community, but there's a lot of people in the community who perceive their experiences as being the only experiences of any value. And therefore, if they experience empathy one way, and maybe you experience it in a slightly different way, all of a sudden, your form of empathy isn't correct, only my way is the right way, you're terrible at what you're doing, blah, 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 blah. I mean, I've heard it all of the time. I've heard it from me personally, not with the empathy, but with witchcraft in general. I've had another practitioner tell me that if I was a real witch, then I wouldn't have anxiety anymore. I didn't have the willpower to attempt to explain to them that I have an anxiety disorder and being a witch doesn't fix all your problems, but you can't win them all. And I find this happens a lot within the community, is there's a lot of, my witchcraft is better than your witchcraft. My empathy is better than your empathy. And it's like, everybody's just different. Like, one person might not have any problems with their empathy and another person might really, really struggle with it. It doesn't mean that one person's empathy and one is right and one person's empathy is wrong. It just means that people cope with things differently. And you find this in a lot of spiritual communities. There is a certain group within spiritual communities that are very, very determined that their technique is the only right one. Sorry, I missed this one a second ago. Is it possible that I've potentially just never put the shield down? But I feel like maybe I accidentally keep it up. And I agree with Joe here. Unless you are actively putting more energy into that shield, it will break down. So the shield is basically a burst of energy that is put into this bubble around you. And it will stay for the amount of time that you are actively maintaining it. But unless it's then attached onto something to maintain it long term, it will slowly sort of break down and then it will just dissipate naturally. Where am I? I've done that one. Okay, do Fae interact with ourselves via tarot or oracle, or can they activate electronic devices? They can communicate through tarot and oracle if they would like to, though often they come through in other ways. It's often in more physical things, moving of objects, sight, sound, smells, that kind of a thing. In terms of in terms of interacting with electrical devices, I've not found it personally, though of course that doesn't mean that they can't. I often find that the spirits that interact the most with electronics are the human dead. They're the ones that I've found have the most engagement with electronics because they have more of an understanding of it. Humans use electronics. The fair folk don't. And so I find that they don't typically have the same understanding of it. Like, they might be able to recognize what it is, but they've never used one. And so I do wonder if maybe that has an impact on it, though I'm sure in some places the Fae do engage through electrical objects. It just kind of depends on what it is. Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. A servitor I had did its job and I concluded its existence. Now I'm in need of the same thing but don't have its original creation symbol. Can I make a new symbol for a servitor with the same name? Yes. Because, and actually it's a lot easier to do that because the name is already linked to what it is you want to achieve. You already have that formulated in your mind. So creating a new servitor with the same name, with the same intention is going to be a lot easier than starting from scratch. Oh, thank you so much, Amanda. I will be at the event. Yes, I'm so excited. Favorite event of the year. Well, not favorite event of the year because the Samhain one's really good, but the Beltane one's still really good. We're back to Seven Nation Army. I swear, the Seven Nation Army one comes up every single month. What are your views on the Keys of Solomon? I have never deep dived into it. I know that there was a book that came out a few months ago that was focusing on it, and I'm still really tempted to get that because it goes into it in a more simplified way. I have known lots of people who have found great success using the Keys of Solomon and are fascinated by them. For me, they've always been a little bit too on the ceremonial side for me to have ever fully dived into them in the past, but it's definitely something that I want to look into going forwards, just from a curiosity's perspective. I so often find my cat's claws around the house that have naturally shed. Are there any magical or protective uses for them? Definitely protective. Definitely. I would say cat's claws in protection bottles, in protection bags, fantastic. In protection lockets, even better. Can be used as a tag lock to represent your cat as a way of offering them protection or including them into different spellwork and rituals. You can probably use them in replacement for thorns in workings, which I think is really interesting. The only one that I wouldn't necessarily use them in, unless that's really what you're after, is in poppets. I wouldn't use them in replacement for pins. Mostly because they aren't the same as pins, but they could be used for the same as thorns, that sort of sharp protective quality. But cats are also associated with good luck and finding objects. So you could be utilizing it in good luck spells and in spells for missing objects as a way of sort of adding that cat energy into those workings. Oh, okay. This is one that I get a lot. I read tarot upright and reversed, but sometimes a card may fall out and it lands sideways. How should I read a card that does this? I read it exactly as it is. It's sideways. And for me, that is a turning card. What I mean by that is that it is neither one nor the other. It's sitting on the fence. And so for me, when I get a card that comes out sideways like that, it is going to alter the outcome of what happens afterwards. And there's usually something in that reading that is going to influence which way it's going to go. So say you get card, sideways card. It's usually that this sideways card is created by something that has happened in one of these two cards, or maybe both of them. Maybe they're discussing something in your life that you're going to have to make a decision about. And then that last card is going to be in relation to how you need to make that decision, or is going to be in relation to which way that decision goes, or that change goes. I often find them to be that transitional card. That's how I read them personally. The alternative for this is if they land and it's sort of like diagonally upright or diagonally reversed, that is often the way that the situation is going. So it is still undecided, but it is leaning more one way or leaning more the other, depending on the context of the cards that surround it. Oh my goodness, I nearly missed this. Thank you so much from the fast. Thanks a million, Hearth. You guys are my only outlet for live magical conversation. It's been swell, but the swelling's gone down. I'm so glad that you come and join us. I'm so glad that you can have an outlet for that. And for anybody, if this is where you come for your witchy conversation, I'm very glad that you choose to join me. I really appreciate it. Right. Where am I? I am... Oh, this one. Nope, this one. Oh! I don't know an answer to this one, but I would love to. Do you know of any good books that list different... It's late. My brain isn't working. Do you know of any good books that list different spells? I merged the word springs and wells into spells, which, I mean, makes sense. Okay, third time's a charm. Do you know of any good books that list different springs, wells in the UK? I'd love to plan to visit some of the lesser well-known sites and learn more about them generally. Thanks. I got there in the end. Now, the only book that I have in my collection on springs and wells is Wished Waters by Gemma Gary. I don't know, though, whether it goes into, like, specific locations. Like, I don't think it lists anything out. So I would love to know if anybody has any books that do go over these things. Let me know, because I'd love to find some. But yeah, I, as you, Paul, also recommend the White Springs in Glastonbury, though it's rather well known and quite busy, but it is for a very good reason. It is truly beautiful. Oh, interesting. I don't know very much about this question, so I'm passing this on to all of my Hellenic practitioners in the comments and in the chat. But I'm newly getting into Hellenic polytheism with a background of being a witch. I see that historically being a witch is seen as invalid within that pantheon. I feel bad. Can I still practice both? Well, I know a lot of people do practice Hellenic paganism, and they work with Hecate, and they do practice witchcraft, and they have done for their entire magical journey. I wonder if it's very similar to how witchcraft in British tradition was seen as an evil thing. And it is only the reclamation of the term witch that has changed the meaning of it. I wonder if it's very similar to that, but I'm not particularly well versed in Hellenic polytheism, so you'll have to let me know, anybody who is, if that's something that is correct or not. Joe has said, try Sacred Waters, Holy Wells and Water Law in Britain and Ireland by Janet Board and Colin Board. Oh, the boards are fantastic. They've written some incredible books. I'm saving that one so I can find that later. Oh, wait, I recognise that book. I recognise that. Do I have that in my collection somewhere? Honestly? Honestly, maybe. Is it? I just found a copy here that is... Oh, ha 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 ha. I've got it on split screen. So I saw the numbers 2 and 5 and thought, oh, it's 25 quid. £253. Okay, maybe not. I don't think I have that one in my collection if it's that much money. Jeez. That's intense. That's a lot of money. Maybe not that one then. Maybe we'll skip that one. This is an interesting one. Okay. Hello, Hearth. If you wanted to create a ward against just people, not necessarily spirits or energy, as you've learned someone has been trespassing on your land, how would you go about it? Okay, firstly, trespassing, follow the legal routes. Trail cameras, fantastic for this. Try and follow the legal routes as you can, because that is going to massively help this situation as a whole. You can try boundary wards, but you need to target it. So not just a general ward, a ward against this particular person and or trespassers. Foot track magic. I put this on and now it's annoying me, so I just need to check how stupid it is. Oh, it's fine. I'm just imagining things. Don't worry about it. Foot track magic. Okay, so this is utilizing the footprints of somebody. So if you know that somebody has been trespassing on your land, the footprint of somebody can act as a tag lock. So you would utilize a banishing working, probably in powder form or herbal form. And if you can find footprints that have been left behind by this person, utilize that as the tag lock to target the working to them. Words are hard. That way you are not going to disrupt any spirits or any energies. Instead, you can just be utilizing their tag lock that they have left behind whilst you're waiting for enough evidence to be able to take this to the legal people, to the authorities, to have them deal with it. Because, yeah, trespassing is not a pleasant feeling. It can feel like a home invasion, so I can totally understand why you would want to be stopping this. Am I wrong for identifying as a generic witch? It seems like everybody wants me to be in a box, but I'm not Wiccan, hedge, kitchen. My limits are instinctive, and sometimes I scare myself. That's know yourself. Oh, you're eclectic then. The majority of witches are eclectic witches. They are people who move from day to day from one style of magic to another. They don't necessarily have one specific tradition that they follow, and instead just pick different bits from different topics that they find and form a tradition that makes sense for them. They can change on a day-to-day basis. I would say that the majority of witches around the world would be considered eclectic. It's only a few that really stick to one from the very start, and most people, even if they pick one, it's less of a box and more of a descriptor. Whatever you end up practicing at that particular time might be how you would describe yourself to other people. So it's more of the way that other people can help understand you rather than the way that you understand yourself. So for me, I am a hearth witch because for other people, the majority of my practice falls into hearth witchcraft. But on any given day, I might be more of a spirit witch or a kitchen witch or a green witch or a storm witch or a water witch or an elemental witch. But for the benefit of other people, the easiest way to describe my practice is hearth witchcraft because the majority of it does fall under the category. Whereas for some people, they might practice hedge witchcraft one day and then kitchen witchcraft the next. And there's not enough overlapping for them to ever use any singular term. And so they would just describe themselves as eclectic or just a witch. Because nobody needs to know what you practice unless you want them to know. Yeah, see, this is the bit that's very difficult. So would you consider doing international shipping for non-breakable things? I wonder if other witchy stores have solutions. I just really want to support you in that way. And I really, really appreciate that. Truly, truly I do. And believe me, if I could do international shipping, I 100% would. But they implemented something called GPSR. And GPSR it's killing small businesses, but it's a safety regulation that they put in that makes it so that you cannot ship into the EU without having your products tested by somebody in the EU. The problem is it's far too expensive for most small businesses to ever be able to do it. I worked out the costs, and per year it would cost me £15,000 to be able to do the tests that I needed to ship to the EU. And that is way, way outside of my budget. And then shipping to America, you have all of the taxes that they've just implemented. And so at the minute, it's kind of impossible for a lot of people to ship. If you're in the UK, it's really, really difficult at the minute to be able to ship internationally because you have to test every single item that would be sent into the EU. And you have to do that, as far as I can tell, as far as things were the last time that I checked, every single item has to be tested every single year by somebody that is your EU representative, which is a really difficult job to have. And yeah, it's so, so difficult at the minute. So we shut international shipping because it was just too much. If that ever changes, I will be opening it up again. Like as soon as I can, I will be opening up international shipping because I don't like people not being able to get stuff. If they would like stuff, they should be able to have access to it. But at the minute, I just can't. And it's so heartbreaking every time I get an email of somebody being like, please, please ship to me. I'll pay the international shipping. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm sorry, I would really love to. And maybe one day, when if we ever come back into a single market again in Europe, we might be able to do that again. And that would be absolutely fantastic. So yeah, fingers crossed that one day we can actually do that. I love your description there, Darth Willow. That's fantastic. If it changed, I would buy you out. I would really appreciate that, Joe. I really, really would. Because the problem that we have with the UK is as much as I really love the UK, the countryside is beautiful, is that it's a very small place. And so I would love to be able to reach more practitioners because my products are very, very specific. Very, very specific. And so I would love to be able to reach more people. What about countries from Europe that aren't part of the UN? I'll have to double check. I'll have to see if we can do it for countries outside of that, see what the regulations are for it. Because I would love to be able to open it up to at least a few places if anybody would like anything. I think that would be fantastic if I could. So I'll have to be doing some research. It'll probably be May when I start looking into that because I've got a massive event coming up. But yeah, that would be fantastic if I could do that. What am I trying to say? I forgot. Oh, I knew what you meant, Billy. Yeah, I totally knew what you meant. I read it as that, even though it was different. I'm just skim reading, I think. But yeah, I would love to be able to do that if I could. That would just be fantastic. Right. Oh, I need to sit on my foot. Okay, there we go. What are your tips for doing readings for the collective? How do I focus on the question enough to be accurate for a specific group of people so the cards know who I'm asking for? Tell them. Honestly, genuine, it sounds really stupid. It sounds stupidly simple, but it's the way that I always do it is you just say who it's for. You know, this reading is going to be for the collective, the community as a whole, the things that they may want to expect in the next couple of weeks, the big energies that might be occurring that would influence the most number of people, and then just shuffle and do the reading that way. It's the way I always do it for the collective. It's the big energies rather than the specific things for individual people. Right. You've mentioned before about being careful with disposal of your hair, flush or bury it. What precautions should be done if you are going to donate your hair to a charity? Ooh. I don't know if there necessarily is one. Okay, let me have a think-see of this. Because you can... If we're talking about hair from the perspective of being a tag lock, there's no amount of cleansing that you could do that could remove the tag lock from that. So instead, what you would have to do is to create a working that is long-term on your end that stops anybody from being able to successfully target you through your hair. So you're probably going to be looking at like a sigil disc or something that is substantial enough that it will stand the test of time, small enough that it could be kept in a safe space, and transportable enough for you to be able to charge it easily. So probably a sigil disc is what I would probably use, clay sigil disc, for that purpose, so that you are able to stop anybody from using your hair as a tag lock. It's probably the easiest way of doing it that I can think of off the top of my head. I mean, it's time consuming. It's going to take a lot of consistent energy to be able to get that to go long term. But it's probably the easiest way of doing it if you are particularly concerned. Oh, have you read The Spirits book by Alan Kardec? If so, what are your thoughts? I haven't, but now I'm curious. What are we looking at? Oh, wait. Hang on a minute. Hang on. What's this? What's this? No, that's different. What's this? I have such an odd assortment of books off the sidelines. What are these? What are these? No, not that. I did wonder if it was this. I wondered if I had it in my collection and didn't realise it. But no, this is Lord Halifax's Ghost Book. I picked this up at a secondhand store and I thought it was just absolutely fascinating. Oh, what's that? And a bookmark from somebody. Very, very cute. Not what I was hoping for, though, but two very interesting books nonetheless. So the Spirits book is part of the spiritualist codification and is regarded as one of the 5 fundamental works on Spiritism. It was published by the French author, educator Hippolyte Leon Denisard Reveil under the pen name of Alan Kardec on the 18th of April 1857. It was the first and remains the most important Spiritist book because it addresses in first hand all questions developed subsequently by Alan Kardec. That's fascinating. Oh, that's really interesting. I've never read this, but I feel like I need to find a copy of that. Ooh. That's a really good idea. Create a poppet with your hair to protect your hair. I like that. I really like that. It's very long lasting. Especially if you're creating the poppet like you would create a corn doll. So you're using hair to bind the hair. That would last for decades. Maybe incorporate some protection herbs inside, or to be keeping it inside of a little box that's got protection herbs inside of it. Or a mirror box. Sorry, tangent. But that's actually a really good idea. I like the idea of using the hair itself to create the poppet. That's really cool. Right. Ooh, I just jumped to the bottom. Oh no. Have you ever thought about doing card pick readings for YouTube? I have, yes. I went through a phase a couple of years ago where I was reading a lot and I was looking at a lot of readings. And a couple of years down the line, okay, how am I going to word this in the nicest way possible? I don't think there is a nice way of wording this. I want to preface this by saying that this is not me demonizing these people who do these readings, okay? But from personal experience, I found that I was relying on them as a crutch to the point where I was spending hours out of my day using tarot and looking at readings. And from personal experience in the community, in the circuit, on the shows, the tarot reading in particular has a way of drawing in people who need help. And I mean, they need to go through grief. They need support. They need something in their life to give them stability, to give them a sense of control. And in some cases, the pick a card readings have a way of drawing people in who need anything other than pick a card readings. And so I just, knowing what I'm like and knowing the difficulty that I was in with the pick a card readings and doing a lot of readings, I don't know if I'd like to put anybody else in that same situation. Now, obviously, that's not me saying that these readers are purposefully going out of their way to doing that. But I do know that a lot of people rely on readings very heavily when they are going through grief, when they are going through loss, when they are really struggling, and in a way that is sometimes incredibly unhealthy. And I don't know that I would necessarily want to be feeding in to that. And I also don't think it would be very healthy for me to get back into that again, because like I really was going through a bad time a couple of years ago with it. So yeah, that's really just it's a very personal thing. I think most people probably wouldn't even think of it as being a bad thing, but I just know how easy it is, especially for people who are struggling, to use them as a crutch. And I really want to give all of those people a hug, because we see them at the events where they go from person to person to person to person to person, spending a lot of money on different readers because they want an answer that they aren't necessarily going to get. So for me, I'm happy to do the community readings. So I do those for every Sabbath on the Patreon. And I feel like that's sort of a happy medium for me, because it gives me enough foresight to see what is coming without leaning too heavily into doing readings on a regular basis. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing readings more often. And yeah, I would definitely put a little disclaimer at the beginning. But even just for my own mental well-being, I find that it sounds really ego, and I don't want it to sound really ego, but it comes from years of being sucked into tarot. I find that my readings are too good for me, that it becomes addictive, does that make any sense? Like, I know that my readings for myself are very, very, accurate makes me sound so ego, but that's not what I mean. I mean that, like, I get to the point where I know that I will get the answer that I want to know right now if I do a reading. But I also know that that won't help me in the long run, if that makes sense. So if I were to be doing community readings, I know that I would end up getting an echo of what the reading would be for me, because I am also part of that community. And that fuels the OCD. I've had the validation from the reading that I needed to calm the desire for that answer. But that is then only fueled for me to then do another reading to then further. I don't know if this is making any sense. If anybody has OCD, you'll know exactly what I mean. Where because I am now comfortable reading for myself, the problem is I am almost validating my own OCD, which then makes the OCD worse. Because if anybody else has OCD, you know that if you give in to the OCD gets worse, not better. So yeah, that's why I don't. I know that was kind of deep and kind of intense, but I hope that that makes sense, because I would love to do them. It's just I know that for my own well-being, and probably for anybody else out there who's been in a similar situation, it probably wouldn't be the best idea. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be the best idea for me. Yeah, feedback loop. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Yeah. So any recommendations for familiars? I'll be honest, I've never found any that I particularly loved. I have a couple in my collection. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find any of them at a glance. As always, I can't find them at a glance. I have a couple in my collection. I have one that is generally on familiars throughout time. But I have to admit, it's not the best. It's not fantastic. But the other one that I like is the one by Raven Gramassi. But really, the only section in there that I really, really like is the bit on spirit familiars. The bit on animal familiars, I'm not such a fan of, but the spirit familiars bit I do quite like. I've got the hiccups again. Oh, I have a burning question. In the past, I've dealt with poltergeists and believe they were my creation. I recently have wanted to work with them. Please advise me on where to start. Interesting. So we're talking less about an actual poltergeist and more about a servitor without a purpose. Ah. Well, I would start looking into servitors then, and I have just the book for you. I pulled it out earlier because I had a feeling that I would need to talk about it. Don't know why, but here we are. I really enjoyed this book. This was my favourite of the servitor books that I have read. This is the basis for a lot of my own servitor creation, actually. This is a complete guide to entity creation, Creating Magical Entities by David Michael Cunningham. I really enjoy this one. And at least what it sounds like, is that you have created servitors. So you have created spirits that have no purpose. And because they have had no purpose, they are lashing out, which can happen. So if you then wanted to start working with them in an active sense, you are going to want to start creating them with a goal, with a purpose in mind. And that's where a book like this kind of goes into. So it goes into lots of stuff, actually, to be honest. So I'll go through the information at the front. So, definition of entity, entity uses, attuning your energy, important precautions, goals and results, planning your entity, choosing a name, your entity's appearance, housing your entity, feeding time, magical abilities, lifespan, programming your intent, giving life to your entity, contacting your entity, preparation guide, entity adaptations, epilogue, and then there's a whole bunch of extra stuff and tables at the back. It's fantastic. As well as, I quite like this, they've included in an entity workbook. Cool. But yeah, you're going to want to be giving them value and giving them purpose so they aren't just being destructive, noisy, and a bit pest-like. Well, if what you are working with is poltergeist that you have created, then yes, because what you can't, okay, how would I describe? You can't really create a poltergeist in the traditional sense, but you can create an entity that has all the characteristics of a poltergeist. So when people describe teenagers creating poltergeists, it's usually their energy given life with the emotions that they have at the time. So the poltergeist is acting as the outlet for the emotions that the teenager is unable to express, whether that is through being unable to share feelings with family members, being repressed in emotions, and so they can't process them correctly. And so they are essentially creating an entity that is taking that emotions and expressing it for the person that's creating it. So it's a difficult one because it isn't really a poltergeist. It is a spirit that is behaving in a way that makes it appear like a poltergeist. If it is a spirit that has been created. Yeah, it's a, I mean, how would I even go into this, I suppose? If those spirits are still active, then it would be a case of working with them as though they were a spirit to get them to a point where you can then connect with them further, so that you can then have a meaningful dynamic with those spirits. But you would need those set spirits to be around, or you can create them in the same way that you did initially and then work with them slowly to develop a relationship over time to get them to a point where you can then connect with them further. It's a very interesting one. Poltergeists usually in the traditional sense are very difficult to work with because what they want is chaos and attention. They don't necessarily want consistency. So poltergeists, in terms of like noisy ghosts, they like the attention that they get. They like the fear response that they get from their actions. And they are feeding on that to then perpetuate their actions. So if they are poltergeists, like true poltergeists, as soon as you try to work with them, they're more than likely going to move on unless you can give them a reason to stick around. So you would want to be giving them a large energy source, something that is going to be a substitute for the energy that they would be getting from the fear that they are creating. So if they aren't getting the fear and they aren't getting the chaos, they need to be getting something else instead as a way of balancing their energy requirements so that they will stick around for longer to be able to form a connection with them, to work with them. Right. Ooh, oh, that's interesting. That I have questions. I have many questions. Oh, I will, Joe, eventually. This only happens once a month. It's 12:30. Don't pay attention to the time. It's fine. Now, this one I am confused, curious about. I have a spirit in my closet that's lied about its origins my whole life, and I don't know what to do. It's unable to be banished. I don't think I've ever known of a spirit that's unable to be banished. I've heard of lots of spirits that like to tell you that they're unable to be banished. I'm curious. I have questions. You don't necessarily have to answer them in the chat, obviously, but like it would be useful for additional context. What was the spirit pretending to be, and what actually are they? Why are they in your closet? Are they in the closet by choice, or did you put them there? And why are they unable to be banished? I have so many questions because I'm so curious, because there's very, very few spirits that are unable to be banished. even like higher demons can be banished. Even like princes of hell can be banished. It takes a lot, but they can do it. Which makes me really interested into why this spirit in particular wouldn't be able to be banished. Unless they're attached to the property. If they were attached to the property, then you could banish them, but because they're still linked to the property, they would just come back again. I suppose that's a possibility. But then if you were to sever their tie to the property, then if you banish them, then they wouldn't come back again because they wouldn't be tied to the property anymore. Sorry, I'm doing my internal thoughts out loud again. This one is a very interesting one. You see, I had that same thought as well, right? Of Jinn are usually harder to get rid of. Oh, it's very interesting. I have so many questions. I'm full of burning questions. If they're tied to the property and you break the tie to this, yeah, that's fine, Maddie. If you want to do that, yeah, if you want to do that, I will see if I can come up with some options. So many, so curious. There's so much going on in here. But yeah, most spirits in the end can be banished. It's just some of the, sorry, I'm doing the speculating thing. I know that I don't have enough information to do the speculating thing, but just for curiosity's sake, if people are curious, if a spirit has been summoned that has a very specific formula, as in like you have to do a certain thing at a certain time on a certain ceremonial, if you're doing a ceremonial spirit summoning, and if for whatever reason the circle has been broken, then you've got problems. Because you kind of need the circle to be intact for the banishing. But if the circle's already been broken and the spirit is no longer contained within the circle, then you're kind of screwed. Because you need the spirit to be in the circle to be able to close the circle to be able to do the banishing. I don't do ceremonial magic, but I did date a ceremonial magician, so it's kind of ingrained in my brain. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. It feels human. Interesting. Very interesting. So if it feels human, you could very easily be looking at just a general trickster that's just lying through its teeth. You could also be dealing with a spirit that is literally linked to something. And if they are linked to a person, if they're linked to a person, that might explain it. Okay, I might need to have a proper think about this and then come back to you, because there's a lot going on that could be tied into this. Okay, where was I? Oh, yeah, no, you definitely shouldn't do this. Sorry, I agree with all of the people. I recently burned a spell candle while sleeping. It was on a fireproof surface with nothing around it. I was told I shouldn't do this for fire safety reasons. I don't see it, but what do you think? Never leave a burning candle unattended. You'd be surprised the horror stories that I have heard about of dressed candles that have herbs on them or powders on them that pop, and a piece of burning herb hits a flammable object and bursts into flames. If it's in a glass container, if the wick is put in not straight and it goes just slightly outwards towards the glass wall, kaboom, you've got glass going everywhere. It takes just a moment and you've got a serious problem. I have heard, and I am not saying that this is the right way of doing it, okay? I have heard that some people burn them in bathtubs. I would not recommend, though, leaving any candle burning unattended ever. I don't even like leaving a room with a burning candle unattended, so I definitely wouldn't be lighting it at night while you're sleeping, personally. Oh. Sorry, we're getting more information about this. Feels human. Tried everything, but it never worked. It feels terrifying, but I do not believe it will hurt me, but seeing it would be too hard. Interesting. So, okay. Seeing it would be too hard, but it wouldn't hurt, which means it's probably not a spirit that's actually... This kind of has the vibe to me of a spirit that... I don't know why my eyes are closed. My eyes are closed because I'm thinking... I don't know why I think closing my eyes is going to help me think better, but this gives me the impression of a spirit that is actually not malefic. But it is... How would I even describe this? That you get spirits sometimes that are... They want energy and they want place. And because they want energy and they want place, they allow people to perceive them in a way that is different than what they actually are. So it's a little bit like a boogeyman kind of a situation where they aren't actually scary spirits. Right? Like in itself, a boogeyman isn't a scary entity. But they make themselves perceived to be an entity that is undesirable because it gives them an emotional reaction or it gets them what they want. And with boogeymen in particular, they are sort of an adapted story that comes out of the fair folk. They want reactions, they want fear, they want terror, they want fright. They often target children for this exact reason because they're able to get it. But not all spirits are after fear. Some spirits want place. They want the energy that comes from being in an environment. They want the safety that comes from being in an environment that's often protected. And in which case, a spirit that wants protection and they want place would be willing to do or say pretty much anything in order to get it, including lying about what it is, lying about who it is, lying about what it looks like. Yeah, it's definitely hiding something. It's a case of what is it hiding? Is it hiding who it is? What it is? Is it hiding who put it there? Is it hiding where it came from? I'm curious. I'm very, very, very curious. But if it hasn't gone away so far, and we're talking about something that's been around you since childhood, it probably isn't going to go away anytime soon. Unless it's tied to you. If it's linked to you, then that would explain why it wouldn't be able to go away. Oh, it touched your shoulder once. So we're not looking at a spirit that is particularly interested in overlaying or possession or anything like that. You're looking at a spirit that really isn't that engaged with you. 4 is about the age that we gain sort of comprehension, isn't it? Isn't that sort of the age where we start realizing the world around us? So it may well have been there since you were younger, but you just wouldn't have realized it was necessarily there. There's not really a particular method for discerning when a spirit is lying other than tripping it up. So if a spirit is pretending to be another entity, you can kind of trap it in its own lies. So like they won't necessarily know the folklore behind a specific spirit, or they won't necessarily know something that you can trip it up. So if it's trying to pretend to be somebody that you know, there are ways that you can ask questions where you can figure out whether it is or isn't who it's claiming to be. But this one is very interesting, and I would be curious to know more. I mean, if you want to send an email, feel free to do that, and I'll try to sort of come up with some options and some ideas of what we can give a go and see if we can get some more information. Oh, every dream I have, there is a closet, and I cannot bear to let myself see what's in it. Oh. I think you might know what this is. I think I know what this is. I think I know somebody who had this. this is a long shot, okay? It genuinely a long shot, but it's worth looking into. I know of somebody who had, I don't know how it would even be described, but it was like an energetic double of themselves, right? It was like a shadow self. Like when people talk about shadow work now, it's all about like therapy without therapists. But I'm talking, this is shadow work, like the reason it can't go anywhere is now all the theory, I want to emphasize this, very much all the theory, is if it's always been there and it's in all of your dreams, that means it's linked to you in some way. And it may well be that this is a part of you that is separated from, which is why you can't get rid of it. You can't get rid of it and you can't look at it because it's something that doesn't want to be looked at because it's a shadow. It's, if this is what I am questioning, if it is, I don't even know what it would be called, but I've known of somebody who's had this, where it was a segment of their own energy that was hiding. And that might explain why you don't want to, kind of like a fetch. Yeah, kind of like a fetch, where it's like, it's a segment, it's a segment of a person that is a shadow version of themselves. And it usually is something that is still linked to them, but it's not linked enough for you to be able to process it, but it's not separated enough for you to be able to remove it, which would explain why it can't be banished, because you can't banish something that's attached, that's like part of you. So it could be worth looking into. Well, it very well may be, because if it is a segment of you that's been separated off for a really long time, if it's a section of your energy that's been separated, it will feel like an echo of a person, because it has never been a full person. It has been a segment of a person that is separate from but not attached to. So it could be many different things. It could be a spirit that is lying through its teeth. It could be a spirit that is attached onto you. It could also be a segment of your energy. And that's why it's so integrally linked to you, is because it is part of you, but not quite. It's a very difficult one because there's so many options in all of it. I think it could be worth looking into shadow work, though, and I don't mean shadow work like therapy without therapist. I'm going to see if I can find it. See if I can find anything about it that isn't just shadow work in the modern sense. Right, in the meantime, yeah, this Paul is exactly what it's kind of what I was thinking, because that's usually where these things come from. But in the meantime, while I'm trying to think of this, I'm going to move on to the next one, just so I'm not sitting here spiraling over this while I think about it. Let's see, where was I? Ooh, okay. I hope you're well. My mum is leaving an abusive husband who cheated and harmed her. I am so glad that she has found the strength to be able to do that, because so many people can't ever do that for one reason or another. So the fact that she has is absolutely fantastic. What healing workings would you suggest for her, and any thoughts on a baneful work for him? I wouldn't necessarily do a baneful work for him, not because of, love and light and all this, mostly because I don't think there's that much point. I think people like this end up getting their comeuppance in the end either which way. I would do a cord cutting though. So cord cutting is going to separate any leftover energetic ties that are going to be linking them together. So she's able to move on and be free energetically as well as emotionally, physically, etc. I would recommend doing that. If you want to do some baneful works, you can do some, maybe some mirror works, send that energy that he's been putting out right back at him again, and maybe show him for who he truly is. Those kind of workings are quite useful because they start showing friends who they truly are. They start, all that kind of stuff. But personally, cord cutting, first and foremost, separate that energy off. Yeah, like a spiritual divorce, where it allows your energy to come back to you. It allows his energy to go back to him. Nobody is tied together energetically anymore. Done, dusted, sorted. And then go on to doing some self-love works, some maybe just calm workings, just some peaceful workings, just workings to help give her the peace of mind again, the calm that a lot of people, when they're going through situations like this, just don't have. It's a lot of emotional upheaval. It's a lot of physical upheaval in a lot of places. So workings for self-love, some candles to improve the energy of a space, to create an environment where she's able to get back on her feet again, to be able to feel like herself again, just to make the environment feel lovely. And then that'll start trickling through everything else in life. Right. Da, 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 da. Made maple syrup with tree's blessing, and I want to use it in workings and honor the trees. Advice. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Use it in workings and honor the trees too. How would you use this in a working? You could use it in any kind of working that is to improve a situation. Sort of sweeten the deal, improve the energy of a situation. If you work with any fair folk, they would very much appreciate it. You give it in offerings to the natural world and offerings back to the trees as well. But any situation where you either two ways of using anything sticky like this. Either we are doing it to improve a situation, so like honey, you are sweetening something up again, or you can use it to stick things, so stick things into place, stop things from progressing, think of like sticky tar kind of workings. But then to be able to honor the trees, I think that's very much a case of time. It's about giving back to the natural world, giving some back as an offering. Generally, just honoring where it came from with the actions that you carry out and the thoughtfulness that you put out there. Oh yeah, money magic, definitely. Anything like that could be good for something like maple. Especially things, if you want money to stick to you. It sounds so typical, but like attracts like, and I use a lot of it in my magic of picture of you, picture of money, or a coin, stick it to you, put it in a little bag, put it in your wallet, as a way of like drawing things in, utilizing the stickiness of it, but also useful just in general. Any working that will then magnify the energy of the maple with that sweet aspect, it would be really beneficial. I took an interest in Lilith and started reading up on her. Random posts have been popping up on Facebook about Lilith. Should I take that as a sign? I'm going to be really honest and say no. But that's mostly because Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. I mean, YouTube is owned by Google. So as soon as you look for something on Google, you'll start getting ads for it and videos for it on YouTube because they are integrally tied together. I don't think that there's any... It's a difficult one because while there are obviously very valid reasons why there might be signs coming through social platforms, if you've already started reading up and taken an interest, there will already be search results, there will already be posts in your history that a lot of these apps, TikTok in particular is notorious for it, it will kind of extract that information and apply it into the things that you are seeing. And so because of that, it is difficult to utilize algorithmic social platforms as signs. What you will be seeing are signs in other areas of your life, in the books that you're reading, in the pictures that you're seeing, in the animals that are around, in the signs in tarot readings, etc. That I think is more likely to be a sign than these algorithmic systems. Right. How can I best protect my energy from a very negative and depressed person at work? I work overnight and this is the only person I'm working with. We were talking about it earlier. I think that this sphere sort of protection is really useful for dealing with unwanted energies. It can help stop things from getting through to your energy quite as easily. I think also it's probably about protecting the space that you're in, but also balancing out the energy that you're dealing with. So sometimes in these workings, it's not so much about stopping the energy, but it's about countering it. It's about to say, oh, well, you're giving very, very negative energy. I'm going to bring positive energy into my space so that we balance each other out. And that's probably the easiest way of doing it that doesn't involve, influencing somebody else to an extreme extent. Instead, it is utilizing what you can control, which is your energy and your environment, to sort of balance it out whilst also shielding the situation. Right. Double check I don't have anything else, because I know that it jumped and I might have missed some. Right. But if anybody has any sort of last remaining questions, feel free to put them down in the Q&A so that I can have a look through just before we go, because if I've missed anybody's questions, I really don't want to go having missed people's questions. I would rather stay for a little bit and make sure I get them all. But what do we have here? What would be a proper way to offer food? I just don't think eating it is enough or proper. This is for Hermes from the Greek pantheon, and I was thinking on leaving it on a crossroad. Typically, when it comes to offerings, the food, obviously it depends on tradition and culture, the food is typically left as an offering plate. So it's food that is not consumed. It is left specifically for the deity. So a little bit like a dumb supper when we're talking about Samhain celebrations and the ancestors, the sacrifice is given, like the offering is the sacrifice of giving food and not being able to consume it. So in that way, it's a case of leaving a small portion and nobody consuming it. It is left solely for the deity. If we're leaving stuff on crossroads, the danger that we have is that animals might get into it and that we don't really want to be causing any unnecessary harm. So I would say it's better having maybe an altar or a space where you can leave the food as a way of being their offering space instead of potentially consuming it. I know that different cultures have different ways of doing things, and it's just that some deities and some spirits can take it as an offense sometimes to consume the food that is being given as an offering for them. So I'd say if you leave a smaller portion, leave a small bit, and then return it to the earth after a day once it's been energetically consumed. Ooh, okay. I have, and I feel like I'm one of the few who doesn't have like a ridiculous reaction to it. Have you ever experienced the transformational gemstone Moldavite? I have jewelry with Moldavite in it. Before the whole TikTok boom that made Moldavite like crazy expensive. And I'll be honest, I don't really feel it. And yet I know people who, when I wear it, they can't walk into the room. They're like, nope, I'm out. I'm not dealing with this. I don't feel it. And at least I feel it, but I don't feel it in the way that people feel it. Like a lot of people, they can't go near Moldavite because it messes with them. They just hate it. They hate the way that it feels. I've never had that issue. To me, it feels zingy. It feels zingy. But then I like fulgurite. Fulgurite's one of my favorite stones to work with because it is lightning solidified. And it feels very similar to me to that. It feels zingy and I like it. But then I have very, very strong reactions to other stones. One of the kind of worst groups of stones, Argate. I can't. I don't like the feel of Argate. Everyone's like, oh, blue lace Argate, it feels lovely. And I'm like, ugh, take it back. I don't like it. I don't like Argate and I've never liked it. Moldavite, I'm fine with. So I find it very interesting how different people react so differently to things. For me, I've never really had that much of a problem with it. Would I have a problem with it if it was in a big piece? Probably. But the small pieces I don't have that much of an issue with, which I'm very blessed for because I know that a lot of people would love to work with it but aren't able to because it's a lot for people. But I'd love to know if anybody has their own experiences with Moldavite. If they really liked it, really hated it, I would love to know. But yeah, my birthday is this coming new moon. Do you have any special magical ideas for me to do? Oh, okay, so new moon, Aries new moon, burning away the things that are holding us back from our potential goals. Maybe workings for something that you would like to create space for in the coming year. I think that one could be really cool. We know that it's going to be sort of pushing us towards our passions, the fiery areas. It's going to be clearing away the blockages that are holding us back. So if you have something that you really want to achieve for the coming year in your life, then maybe it's worth sort of pushing for that, seeing what comes forwards, maybe doing some readings on it, maybe looking towards starting something new or some new particular hobby, or maybe it's something you want to achieve that you can really start doing spells and rituals for. Right. I think then, if that is the only questions that we've got, that I might call the stream for tonight. I want to say a massive thank you for everybody who has come on and has said hi. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for everybody who watches, who lurks. I appreciate you either which way. I don't mind if you chat, or if you just watch and clean and cook and do whatever. Thank you for everybody who likes the videos, who comments, who donates. It genuinely means a lot, and it allows me to keep doing what I'm doing on here. And thank you so much to all of the mods. I saw Phil come on for a little bit. Iz has been on this entire time. Thank you so much, you guys, because they dedicate so much of their time to listening to me ramble and to being here. And so I will be forever grateful to you guys. Yeah, the next stream, I can actually already tell you when it's going to be. They are always the third Wednesday of the month. So next month it will be the 21st. No, it won't. It will be the 20th. I was looking at Thursday. It will be the 20th of May. That's scary how fast that's going. So get your questions ready. If you think of any throughout the month, write them down. Have a notes app on your phone so you don't forget. I'm going to go have a drink. I've drank all my iced tea, so I guess it's going to have to be water. And I'm going to sit and I'm going to veg on the sofa. I'll probably just lie there like, ugh. And just put something on the TV. A recommendation for anybody if you would like to watch it. Young Sherlock on Prime. It's very good. So if you want to watch what I'm watching Young Sherlock on Prime. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. The next video I already have filmed and edited. It should have gone up last Sunday, but I ran out of time. It is the second of the traditional witchcraft book videos. This one is all about the history of traditional witchcraft and some of the books that relate to the history. So that should be interesting for any of you who really like that. And with that being said, I hope you're staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous magical day, and I will see you in the next video. Okay. Bye. Oh, and thank you so much, Iz, for doing the timestamps. You're an actual lifesaver. Okay. Thank you. Bye. And outro.